Hey, I got something new right here for you.
As we are once again alive upon the internet. And yeah, I'm a little late. Just a little. As I got him way too late and then still had to eat because that's kind of useful. But yeah, let's make sure everything is set up correctly. Also, actually, I'm not even doing my original start right. Usually I start on the login screen, even in Div1. Didn't even do that here. And yeah, in the background, I'm just checking everything, making sure everything works. And as the title says, we are gonna record a thing in a bit, but also, yeah, we still need to do some work before we can. But I'm not gonna go too in depth with it. 0509 and Div1. Looks in depth. Look. Okay. Let's have that. Where is an in-depth look of recently?
Best gear in the city. Check it out.
This one. Let's grab this for the thumbnail. That's not the thumbnail. Let's prep a folder already. This will be let's already do some of this prep work. Prepping the description file for later.
Your attention, please. Sporting goods
Accidentally
equipment has been
don't want
recovered and will be made available
put the wrong
by
one
the end
there.
of the week. All
Also,
civilians
there's
are
so many of these like announcement things here. Noise in the ears. Go away, lady. So yeah, already prepped this scene. Although yeah, actually, so that circle we added in. Where is this? This is here. Yeah. Put there. It's gonna be a lot smaller. There we go. Because I've already prepped this and this that we'll use later. But then first, yeah, let's make this look a lot better before we. Oh, one is bigger than the other as well. Not have both up. Yeah. So let's go clean this up, colorize everything, and then kind of we can play around with it. So one thing I'm going to remove is this one. Yeah. And then we'll put this one here. This one can go. Make those green. So still haven't figured out. I should. Oh yeah, I should have done that. So this is a 0 stack body. And let's stack. So this is the breaker. This is red mark, and this is alpha bridge. Okay. Actually, let's take this whole section. So we have these. Let's just do these alternating reds. We usually go with that or that. We usually go with this. Right, yeah. And then all this becomes white, so we can read it. Let's go with just as a different color, and same here. Okay. Would this RPM be the same? Yeah, it would be, right? The RPM would just be from the mods. It's not coming from... but then also, yeah, so let's have these be is this number plus this. Is this number plus... Yeah. Either of those in some way different. Why is this 27? And that's 28. Hmm? Wait. Wait, that's alpha ratio? AR damage? Oh, it has weapon damage, right? Oh, yeah, that's 15 weapon damage. Okay, so yeah, and this is just 28 straight up here. Let's actually change this already as well. In both here and the original. There we go. Let's actually change that in the trash one here as well. So this becomes really plus that. It's changed in everywhere. It's gonna go here as well. And no place. Still showing the other one. Okay. Interesting. I mean, yeah, that's like 4K, so it would be against this, right? So this would be against this. Is this number? Let's take these. Take a set of that for formatting. So let's change these to be this way around. Is this number divided by, well, this closest to it, this 3.9. So this one is this number 5.167. So this one. Okay. Then another 100 stacks there. Even at 50 stacks, yeah, so 30 stacks, 20 stacks, 10 stacks. Okay, already a 10 stack this right here, kind of. 11 stacks, 12 stacks, yeah. But this is leaving out the bleed and stuff from Predator's Mark, and it just as a kind of comparison sake. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second. So I'm kind of in my own world there. So it's silly. I'm gonna get it. I can't let them. No, it's well worth messing around with, especially well, first of all, it goes on sale. Like, well, it depends on system. Like on PC, it's on sale every weekend somewhere. That's a given. But yeah, also the global event, for instance, next week is maybe a good time to, depending on if you like already had an account. I'm guessing you're starting a new. But yeah, with the global events, it's actually easier to kind of get back into it. Yeah, it's well worth if you enjoyed Division 2, just, you know, going through it at some point. And hey, the Enders. But snow looks nice. Yeah, if you're into snow. Division 1 has a bunch of it. Well, actually, so for me, so next week, actually, I'll be playing a lot of Division 1 because of the global event. So it's also for me just as like, you know, we get away from Division 2, but it's not completely something different. Actually, while we're working on this, let's go here. Yeah, it was here. I have chat on screen as well. Let's have it that way. It's different enough that it is you know, it's different. But it's samey enough that it also kind of feels like, you know, an old friend. So we have this. What's the other one? Will we even make that? Actually, yeah, let's just quickly do that one, because that one I think is the more interesting one anyway. So if so what do I even have here? So these are firearm mods, all right. Firearm. Yeah, fire. So does this character actually have? Oh yeah, actually from this Banshee set, right? Let's take the mods out of, oh, these are stamina mods. Oh, that one's actually set up to be hitting a certain number, isn't it? Oh, that's a glove. They get into the glove slot. Yeah, these are all stamina mods. Maybe we go to a different character then, because these are also gonna be stamina modes. Yeah, so we'll have to go to a different character. Let me quickly do that. Which character would have that though? Do I have some here in the stash?
Hey, gotta see it to believe it.
Oh yeah, we have a full set here. Okay, so
Rick Velassi, and wouldn't you know it, the best, if not only paranoid pirate radio podcast in the tri-state area. So you got that going for you, which is nice. So folks have been asking me about the federal government, what the state of things is, etc. Basically wanted me to reassure them somebody is still in charge, but I can't. I mean, are there provisions for continuity of government in the crisis?
okay, that was 5, right? Yeah. So I've always been curious about this.
Top secret mountain fortresses, impregnable to any attack with a conventional.
So we take this one. That. These are all pulling from up there as well, right? So this is the same weapon anyway. So 65 to 8. Okay. Actually, now we need 3 different variants of this. Well, actually, no. Let's keep it simpler with 2. And then here we just put this as a hard value. So 4880. 4880. So now I realize actually. Different shader red, yeah. That stands out. Just so we don't remember talking about that. So this is 080. Okay. So now let's just change the mods. That might be easiest. That way I can be sure I did it right. Okay. There we go. And then maybe for this we take the base amounts here. Actually, so yeah, what is my chance crit damage now? So my firearms. So let's take this one as our base. Up here for a second. And hey there, Andy. And I'm doing pretty good. Hope everybody's enjoying their Friday so far. And yeah, just had to run around quite a bit actually. I mismanaged my time a little bit, so I'm kind of started a little late in the end, but yeah, looking forward to messing around with this, and then we'll record this actually, which is just going to be about the multi-calculator and the DPS tables for Division 1. And once that's in the bag, we'll go back to Division 2 and actually grind out some caches. We'll be spending plenty of time in Division 1 in the coming time, so don't want to already overdo it. But I definitely want to get this as a video out, because this will also then be kind of a, hey, remember Division 1? There's some global events going on in it. 2750. 2750. Wait, why did I crit damage go down? What would cause this? Am I on the right build? I mean, yeah. Why did I crit damage go down? Only swapped the... Oh, is it, am I on like the pistol accidentally or something? Don't look like that. Headshot is still 87. Oh, why did my crit damage drop? Because it was this same weapon. I wasn't one with deadly.
Attention, please. A group of carolers will convene at 1500 hours in the main hall. All are welcome to attend.
I want to load the loadout and see if that goes up.
Your attention, please. Extra blankets will be available for distribution at 1500 hours. One blanket will
Let's
be each per
load it.
person.
Oh wait, no, this is 80. This is this. Okay. If this is 0, 75. 75. Okay. This is this, the pulse. So I should have this be here. And then all of these be linked to this. So this is now 43. This is 0, 0. Okay. Take the contents. Or well. No, so we just need this. So this now gets copied over here. And yeah, so we lose this DTE. So how much DTE do we have here? 28. Which are minus 4, 48 minus 20 basically. 28 is 0. Okay, yeah, this kind of makes sense now. Why we go this route. And then 16.5. 5. That's 91%. Oh, actually, we could do it that way instead, with the pulse, without the pulse. So that's 91%, 89%. Wait, why do we gain? Oh, because the crit chance goes up by so much. Okay, that makes sense. But still, yeah, I can see why. In here, it becomes clear why we go with DT mods. So what we want is also oh, actually, we should have done it differently, right? I mean, we still can. That's why it's done this way. Actually, I don't even need to put this over here. I can put this just here. Oh no. Oh, that's why I did like that. Okay. So this one goes here, and this one goes here. That makes so much more sense. So this is DT off. And this is DTE on. Yeah, and then this can be second set. Of numbers, and then we can have an enter here. Is this number divided by this number? Is this number divided by this number? These just a different color. Okay. Is the rest of all this correct? Oh, actually, well, we need this to be. Is this number divided by itself? Is this number divided by that? We need this to be over there.
Your attention, please. Children's Story Hour will begin at 1100 hours next to the Christmas tree.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, this looks all right. So actually just, although it's going to be the same number. Oh no, it will be different numbers.
For interested civilians on a nightly basis.
Actually what we can do is we can just take this number, 23,890. If we do this and this, and 12, 23,892. Yeah. Oh no, yeah, so 23,892, which is the same as in game. This is interesting that that number lines up with like 12. Yeah. I have no idea what's. Well, let's actually make these 12 for here. Because we don't need that part. Okay. I've always wondered actually like what the difference is between going yellow mods and DTE mods. I just had never per se taken the time to calculate it out. But basically we're losing 9% when it's not on elites. And we're gaining like 6% when it isn't. So actually depending on what you're doing and how many purples there are, it's actually doing some of the incursions. I've noticed that, yeah, they've been smart about putting out a lot of purples. Although then still, like the names and stuff are like the actual dangerous thing. So if you can kill them 9% faster and you're killing everything else that isn't that dangerous, like with basically 6% slower, that's kind of fine. Yeah, so killing me, I don't want to run the zone. Why are you running zoo on Heroic? Are you keep getting that stronghold? Because when picking the strongholds, just don't pick any stronghold that is over 700 with priority objectives. Like I've been kind of, yeah, going with the lower numbers, and then you usually get capital or the other one, DUA. For the priority objective. Yeah, if it's anything over 7, like if it's any of the 900 ones or 890 ones or whatever. Oh, well, the thing is my numbers are with plus 20%, so. Basically, you can know what mission it is from how how high that number is that you get from the thing, and just don't just don't pick zoo. Zoo and stuff is not going to be worth it, because even though you could do 2 missions in the same time, and basically as long as it's not DARPA or something like that, or any, like, some of the New York missions are also pretty time-wise long. But once you basically know to limit it to, for instance, in my case it's plus 20%, but then, like, I don't take anything over 500 for missions, and I don't take anything above 750 for strongholds. And then you avoid very long missions like those. Because at least if you're doing, on the other hand, I'm sick of DUA. So I'm in the same boat as Kanye there. But also just just go do maybe a weekly and stuff, and because that's what I've been doing, just like here and there, even taking an activity and going and doing like a Nemesis run. Because with the Nemesis run, although it's not good time wise, but you, for instance, get that project done with it if you do a Nemesis run. So it still gives okay-ish, because for that half hour you get like 2 levels, which is like, if you did missions you could have gotten 3 maybe, but it's still not too bad.
Look.
Because I would think Manning would just, because Manning, even if you're like bum rushing it, it's still like 17-18 minutes. Well, that's actually not too bad either as well, because Capital is by itself also like 16-17 minutes sometimes, or well, if you're going fast, just because of that end part of it. Although actually no, Manning heroic solo is not going to be, because that was like more the hard, like the league runs and stuff. Yeah, let's get set up to record some of this. Do we do it at the range here? I feel we do it at the range here. I don't have photo mode, or we, like, Division 1 doesn't have photo mode, so we'll just
Warning, now leaving the safe area.
just do this as our intro, or maybe maybe we just did like this.
Readings indicate this area is safe.
Yeah. Actually, let's go to the scene. Let's take this off. No circles yet. Wait, is it some? No. It's odd that it's. Is there maybe something weird here? Although actually, yeah, we're in Division 1, right? So we're in the wrong category. Oh, well, wrong, but not our common category. I was like, I haven't seen anything on the Twitch end yet, and it's just like there's something broken there, but I'm guessing that we're just not in our common category, so people aren't finding us. Yeah, let's make sure that the folder is ready to record, and yeah, we'll just do it like this. There's no photo mode, so so what I do want is to have this later on. And actually, yeah, let's maybe do it like this. Let's duplicate this and have it be with this, so I can fade it in. There we go. And then on this one, let's put this all the way at the end here, and we show that and that. I think we show the DPS tables first, and that's in here. Actually, I'm just gonna I don't have the other folder open. I'm just gonna use a command for it. There we go. Let's put both of these over here, just so we can find them all. Not sure. I'm going quick, but yeah. It's still a long mission because yeah, I think heroic it's still gonna be like 22 or something, right? Even if you try to go like super fast. But yeah, now you know how to avoid it at least. But yeah, I just generally with me with the +1, but I don't pick anything over 750 because also kind of avoiding, in my case, tidal as well and stuff. I'd rather just have DUAs, and capital is also kind of fine, and Roosevelt's kind of fine, but Manning and tidal are just long. Yeah, so where do we even have these to start with? Okay. Actually, I will show these first. Okay, yeah, let's get set up to record. Feel this guy's like on my shoulder. he's just looking over my shoulder. You better not say something silly. Or this is literally like from a different angle that, you know, the two astronauts, and one of them is like looking at the Earth and going like something, something. It's always been something, something. The other is like always has been. It's basically the POV from a different side. Yeah. Let's get going. So in-depth look. What do I even call this? Into some division? I think I'm just gonna call it Division 1 tools. Tools is fine, right? Like, do I want to be more specific than that? Division 1 multi-calc and DPS tables. Maybe I go with that. Division 1 DPS tables and multi-calc. Yeah, let's go with that. That might be more descriptive because tools maybe. Yeah. And hey there, is it the hold or the hoid? The hoid. Hey there. Yeah, let's go record this. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into a DPS table and a multi-calculator that I've made for Division 1. As yeah, sometimes we still enjoy playing some Division 1. As also in the coming week, next week after this video, basically, as the weekend that this video comes out, there'll be a global event there again. And I've been spending quite a bit of time over there. And as usually ends up happening, when I spend a little bit of time with video games nowadays, I end up making my own tools. And we'll look at two over there, as I was kind of missing having over there. Actually, let's try that again. I was already kind of fumbling it. Let's try it. Take number -1. We'll get to take 1 at some point. That way it's always first take, right? Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into some tools that I've made for Division 1, as I quite enjoy playing some Division 1 here and there, especially since the return of the global events. That's also why this video is going up the time that it is, as after the weekend that this video goes on, there'll be a global event as well in Division 1, so I'll be jumping into that again. And the tools that I've made and the ones that I want to showcase today are specifically a DPS table, as I was kind of missing having this in Division 1, as I'm very used to my own DPS tables, of course, to just kind of try to see through the haze of the weapons and such and what it actually means. So I have made in the same style of Division 2 that I have a Division 1 version. And then as well, a different tool that I always kind of need to have, which is my multi-calculators, just to compare builds. Because of course, yeah, we can calculate out the DPSs and such for the builds. And trying to just, yeah, do 2 of them in different calculators and such. I much prefer to do it like this, where we can just put them all together into one, compare up to 10 builds. And yeah, we'll explain both. Also, I'll show how the multi-calculator works, and also for the people that are just, per se, maybe not interested in Division 1, the calculator works in the same way effectively in Division 2. So if you've ever wondered how those calculators got filled in, although there is a dedicated video for that, but if you just want to see it in action, we'll show one off. And here's one that I also made earlier, and we'll actually go through that as well. As I had some of the most basic questions, let's answer some of those as well. For instance, how much does firearms mean? And also, do those DTE mods, those purple DTE mods, actually make sense? The answer is yes already, but how much sense do they make? So yeah, let's go get started. As the intro, and yeah, for those coming in, I'm recording a video, as the title says as well, for YouTube, that'll go up tomorrow, which is about these tools. So,
Warning. You are exiting the safe area.
let's get that junk out of my trunk. Yeah, so let's be in the inventory screen here. So let's start. Yeah, so let's start here and explain these two. And first of all, to kind of show where they ended up, of course, for others that want to see them. Of course, I'll link down below to them in the description, as always. But actually, the burst and sustain tables will, from now on, live in the same burst and sustain tables folder that currently the Division 2 ones exist in. It's going to be this final file always. So in this case, this 9.0 Division 1 burst and sustain tables. That'll lead to here. And of course, as in the same way as with the Division 2 version, there are tabs at the bottom, which I'm kind of covering up there, but you can see the different tabs down there. As always with spreadsheets, they're at the bottom. Just to be awkward, they put them at the bottom. So yeah, we have them for all the weapon categories, and they're all filled in. And also, especially for the MMRs, we're kind of going in the same style of Division 2, as kind of concerning ourselves a little bit more with the base. Then as well, the damage calculator also lives in the same folder as the other damage calculators do, the weapon talents one and the multi-calcs that I have already. That one is now as well at the end of there. It's specifically titled Division 1 DPS multi-calculator. And that'll, of course, go to this one main file. For the multi-calculator, of course, you have to copy it to your own Google Drive if you want to edit into it, because yeah, you can't edit it here, but yeah, you can just hit File and then make a copy. This will take you through an UI to make a copy into your own Google Drive. Once it is there, you can start inputting into it and getting results out of it. Let's go first look at the DPS tables. Yeah. So I'm gonna put this one back here before I lose it. This one can go. Also, what we need. It is this one, right? Yeah. I'll link to this one as well. And I should now realize. Let's maybe not have that be up for a second. Then I realize we need that folder for later, so maybe I don't close it. I'll just keep it all open for now. And then yeah, this one down there. Is this? Okay. Yeah, we'll just call it the gear attribute sheet, right? We'll just go with that. Yeah. So let's go to this. So and then. So I should maybe just duplicate this again for ease. And then on this one, I'll have it this way. Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah, let's do kind of more premise first, and then we'll maybe go per weapon type real quick. Because also there's just not that many weapons here. Yeah. And for those DPS tables, in the main file here, actually, if you scroll down, you might see a thing that may seem familiar to some people that were playing Division 1 when it was active. Although as well, actually, in Division 2, we have similar looking ones. And that's also where actually I've gotten most of my numbers from, as yeah, we haven't done any back calculating or such as I've done for the burst and sustain tables in Division 2. I've taken wholesale the information from this spreadsheet, as I'll link that one in the spreadsheet or in the description here below to the spreadsheet. And they very kindly have, as this is the old gear attribute sheet, and they have all of the weapon damage ranges as is here actually, all together here. I have kept them actually at the bottom here, although I've cut out basically all of the parts that I didn't care about, because I basically am just gonna concern myself with fully optimized weapons, basically the same way that we kind of would do in Division 2. Just we're gonna kind of assume that we're, you know, everything's optimized to max, and we have the 15% weapon damage on the weapon and such. We don't have, of course, altering bases anymore in Division 2, but we used to actually have that. Now it's basically that weapon damage stat on the thing. But yeah, we're just taking the highest number, as yeah, we have in different ranges, for instance, here. As well, for instance, the bonus parts and such, I've cut those out just because we don't care too much about those. They're the same for all the weapon types. But yeah, a big thanks goes out to all the people that have made this in the past, in the long times ago, as yeah, it did. It is, you know, I could have done it without them, but it would have been so much harder. So they definitely deserve a lot of credit here. And then actually, if we kind of look at it here, you'll notice at points that kind of in the same way as on the build ones, we have a green arrow, and that is because in some of the parts, as we'll zoom in here a little, that green arrow actually means that that's where we're setting, again, our 100% point for comparison's sake, kind of as with the weapon ones as well. And the reason for that is, for instance, in here, we have the fall, and while the falls in Division 1 are burst fire, because of that, they actually, well, while they have a bit higher burst and sustain, that in reality, that doesn't end up working that way, because unless you're macroing it or are very proficient at exactly clicking. Here, for this one, we're just holding down the button and getting out this DPS. Here, we would need to be perfect on our RPM to get that DPS, which of course is less realistic at the very least. So we're kind of taking the 100% point to be basically, yeah, a non-burst weapon. This will come up again as well for SMGs and such. And in there as well, it's kind of in the same way as with Division 2, where we are doing first sustain, then burst, and then also a damage per mag. In doing it that way, yeah, we have 3 different tables, basically. One thing I thought actually mattered for Division 1, and this actually did matter originally for Division 1's weapons and such, is that the Division 1 system actually works with there's a base number, there's a modifier to that base number, and that modifier is actually a modifier to the firearm stat. As it turns out, at some point, they basically normalized this to where actually the combination of the base and this firearm mods always leads to a number that is actually out here. This is 8003, and then a few decimal points after that, which do actually differ, but overall close enough for government work, basically, for it. And by that way, what it means is actually that it doesn't matter how much firearms you have, as some weapons actually in the past, before they kind of normalize the system in this way would mean that if the firearm modifier is higher, some weapons would prefer to be, for instance, on lower firearms than others. That is no longer the case. But I was under that assumption when I first made this, that still was the case in some ways. And that's also why we have a firearms number here. That does mean that, for instance, here we are specifically already taking something that would be normally from a build. So in the Division 2 ones, we're just, it's the weapon by itself. It's just the base times the RPM of it. Here, we're already also including a firearms number. I kind of kept it in the end this way and didn't reduce it out because we could just hide basically this 9,000. But also I wanted all of the numbers in general, always, to kind of be visible and that it's not just a hidden number behind the scenes, because that's already this modifier here. And that can already get a little silly. But basically, that means that this burst DPS would be the thing for a firearms build. But then, of course, here in this case, without any other stats, no crits on it, no headshots or anything like that. But yeah, it is. And we can actually alter this number if we wanted to, for instance, see what it is at 3,000. But it turns out that while the number here, of course, changes, the burst and sustain and the mag damage, the numbers change, the percentage difference between them, because they've been kind of normalized, let's say, in this way where the firearm mod doesn't matter, the percentages difference between them stays the same. So it doesn't per se matter anymore to kind of alter that, at least not for comparison's sake. Yeah, let's go and actually get started here and actually look through each weapon type and kind of, do a little bit of analysis. As I will cut there. So that's one. How long was that? That was 6-ish. That's so far so good. I'll say now I have a peek at if any. No. Yeah. Yeah, let's just go. And starting with the ARs, usually the most popular weapon type anyway in most divisions and in Division 1 as well. And yeah, it should be no surprise that, we have the fall actually above the M4/LVOAC. That's the LVOAC actually and M4. That's where we're kind of putting our 100% mark, because the fall, again, they are burst weapons here, not burst DPS, but burst fire weapons. So we're kind of excluding them a little, but they should definitely be maybe considered because they are actually pretty high on burst. They are the top sustainer as well up there already. But yeah, as we kind of already know, the M4 and the LVOC are definitely some of the top picks. What I didn't know actually is that it's a pretty big gap to all of the other ones, much more so, especially in the burst numbers here, than, for instance, we would have in Division 2, like the second place in Division 2 being in general, the FAMAS, from the FAMAS to, the Lexington to the FAMAS, but then the FAMAS to the fall, let's say. That's not that big of a gap. Here already, we're dropping quite a bit going to second place. Yeah, I can see the popularity here quite well. But then actually, so on the G36, at least, it's kind of can be seen as maybe the second place competitive one, where it does actually out-sustain it. Part of that is down to its much faster reload, if I remember correctly, yes. And that does mean that, yeah, they are actually pretty, that could be competitive. But I feel actually everything else really isn't. And we kind of know that already, right? We usually go with M4s. One of the things as well, here again, I'm separating out the exotics just because they still have, at least for most of them, they're still, they're tied to a specific talent. That isn't the case, for instance, for the Liberator and such, but for instance, yeah, the Urban MDR is kind of tied to a specific talent. So we're kind of separating them out. Here's well, the Urban MDR would be pretty high in these numbers and actually way higher than, for instance, if we kind of just look at this burst here, it is way higher than the M4, but then kind of just behind the fall. So it would kind of slot in just behind the fall here. One that I actually like using quite a lot in Division 1 is the Bullfrog. And the Bullfrog, of course, has that its own talent, where if we don't put any accuracy or stability mods on it, we get a 15% damage bonus, which, yeah, no other talent can kind of come close to that. And that's actually what makes it competitive. But then its handling is much worse than the M4. So there is still, for me, basically, in the AR category, it's the Bullfrog very much there. The M4 is there. I do want to actually try to get a decent G36 and kind of mess around with that, as yeah, that faster reload I could definitely see being a little bit useful. But basically, it's gonna be more the like going from a FAMAS to a CTAR in Division 2. But the rest is definitely not competitive enough, because yeah, once we start dropping behind that, because for instance the ACR here, where for instance in Division 1 some of the lower bursters are a little bit higher on their sustain, in this case the ACR actually also isn't that. So a lot of the other weapons kind of in this category kind of fall off for me. Of course, the Urban MDR can do its own thing, being a burst or a single or semi-auto fire. So we can use it with Sentry Skull. So that is like, that's its purpose anyway. That's where most people will make use of it. So that one has a place, but I feel basically yeah, it's the M4 and the Bullfrog, and then the G36 you could mess around with. And I definitely want to find a good G36 and mess around with it a little bit more. But the differences especially are going to some of the others, especially dropping down to the Mark 16, for instance, here, where it's pretty bad on burst. It is also behind the rest on sustain. They weren't as good at balancing in Division 1, and they left the balance here a little unbalanced. And on their damage per mag, that is the only place where, for instance, yeah, the AKM can kind of shine, and of course as well some of the slower firers. And there's also kind of the reason actually I want to try the G36. Its damage per mag is a little bit higher, but also here it is just a little bit, because the jump from especially the AK to the Scar is pretty hefty, and then to the G36. But then the rest is kind of packed together here from the G36 to the M4. So yeah, basically, in that sense, the choice for the M4 is definitely well founded. Same for the Bullfrog, and that was already the case before we even had these. I kind of gravitated towards those. Let's go to the SMGs. Well, let's cut it there. Let's do each segment separately. But then maybe I should remember to not each time go like at the end of it, let's go to this, because I'll just end the sentence and then go like, and now for SMGs. Which feels a lot more natural once edited. SMGs. Yeah. And here going into the SMGs, a bigger category here. Again, some of the exotics as well. And here actually the standout especially becomes the house. The house as well, having a decent talent as that third talent. It is substantially higher than most of the other weapons here again as well. We're kind of excluding this MP5 burst. Although I do want to try with the MP5 burst and just run and see if I can kind of keep it at its RPM. But honestly, even if you're kind of messing up the RPM a little bit, this is going to drop. This is always going to drop, because you're never going to be able to do it the way that the automatic weapon can, unless you're macroing, basically, which I wouldn't recommend. That kind of macroing would definitely be beyond the terms of service, basically. So here then we see that actually, if we kind of take the MP7 as the second spot here, and the one that we've had have as our 100%, it is definitely 20k-ish behind in the burst DPS here at this 9k firearms, behind the house. And the house having a decent enough talent, yeah, I can see why this is the one that everybody always goes for. Because in my case, actually, I was trying to, I played around with basically all of the SMGs a little bit. I went like, is it true that like only the house matters? Yeah, it turns out the house always wins. Because also, if we kind of take it to sustain, that's always the thing as well. Of course, we want to have a weapon, preferably we pick on burst first, and then preferably the sustain, and the damage per mag isn't horrible. Here, the house is also one of the top contenders when it comes to sustain, because actually, if we kind of compare it to the high ends, again, that MP5 burst That one is a little bit higher than it, but it would be basically, if it's slotted up in here, it will be in the second spot and 20k ahead of the second place, which is this PP19. That's kind of the old FAMAS in Division 2 in the category, basically, where it is just the best burster, one of the best sustainers, and because of that, it is the all-round go-to. And of course, yeah, its talent in this case as well is actually pretty good. It is decent enough to be used, and it averages out basically to 10%, which could be, on a different weapon, could be maybe responsive or something. But yeah, here you're averaging out to that 10% anyway. And then on the damage per mag, it is also not too bad. While it is a little bit lower, which is often to be expected from burst weapons. Also, of course, strikers being very popular, this is one of the higher RPM SMGs, is actually the vectors and such, which I had totally not paid attention to in Division 1. That they're actually not at the 1200s that we see in Division 2. One of the things as well, if you weren't aware of it, a lot of weapons actually existed in Division 1. Well, basically all of the starter weapons of Division 2 were already weapons in Division 1. Some of them as well from some of the exotics in Division 1 kind of became normal weapons. So for instance, here the Tommy gun and the Thompson. This became the Thompson becoming the M1928. But yeah, those are basically in here. And then even some of the weapons types, because rifles did not exist in Division 1. So for instance, here we have one of those where the USC here is actually an SMG, but then in Division 2 it becomes an rifle. Same for instance as well, actually, for the LVOAC and the lightweight M4 that we were seeing a minute ago. The police M4 stayed in the AR category, but the lightweight M4 and the LVOAC became rifles. That's actually what the rifle, the whole rifle class type is made out of, is basically mostly MMRs. There's a ton of MMRs that are MMRs in Division 1 because, yeah, rifles didn't exist. They went to there, and then one SMG, several ARs and such went into that category as well. In the SMG category, yeah, definitely the very much the standard is the house, and it's kind of excluding everything else for use. So yeah, I've been kind of running the house myself, even though I've kind of been trying to experiment with the others. Yeah, they just, especially seeing it now in a flat number here. I can see the recommendation. Well, get it that there. Also, yeah, let me catch up here. Striker Pestilence versus Lengmo Pestilence. I don't think, like, if you're going Striker, you might as well not go Pestilence. Pestilence isn't good enough to kind of give up a different talent unless you're dedicated build for it. The thing is, especially with the Lengmo Pestilence, it's kind of like with Headhunter. Like, once you reach a threshold, right, it kind of makes up for other deficiencies. Same is kind of true for the Pestilence. Once you can kind of reach to a little bit over 1 million, which the Striker can't. Once you can reach above a little bit of over 1 million, at least when you're especially solo, the Pestilence will... Basically, the Pestilence has a damage per mag, right? Like, it is 10 takes of itself. So, and then it's, it's 1 per second. So if you're doing 1 million, you're doing 10 million in total. And once you kind of go over that 10 million, it can kill the elite by itself. And that means that it will jump. It will kill the elite and jump to the next thing. So anything over, generally, I would say like 1.5 million, because you want to also, because it needs to be it takes 10 times. It doesn't take 11 times. So it would kill them and then not jump. So you would need a little bit higher than that. But yeah, that's why I actually, I don't run Pestilence on Striker at all, but I quite enjoy the Lengmo setup. Because that gets the tick so high that you kind of let the tick go do its own thing and you just kill something else. Because even like the Lengmo one, even if it's frenzied enemy, it can kill them before, like if it jumps onto an elite with frenzy. Just names with frenzy, it couldn't. Yeah. And as we come to LMGs here, this category is much smaller than in Division 2. A lot of additions to it came in the form in Division 2 to it. But we do have some of the classics. We do have the MG5, the L86, the RPK, the MT49, and the M60 in the high ends. And yeah, Big Alejandro and Pagan and Hungry Hog. And yeah, Pagan we're kind of seeing again in Division 2 with, although in Division 1 already it really didn't have a place. I feel in Division 2 even less so with Bullet King there. But before we ramble on way too much about Division 2, what about Division 1? So here we definitely see that the Big Alejandro, especially, while also, of course, it is tied to a specific talent. Its burst is much higher than basically anything else. That's kind of why we go with it. But I would definitely say that, for instance, the Big Alejandro's talent, I quite actually enjoy just having the consistency of MG5. That's actually my go-to for Lone Star builds. I generally go with the MG5s, and then just the third talent can also be something, for instance, like Predatory, which can give us some healing and kind of give us some sustaining. Where, of course, with the Big Alejandro, you're kind of stuck into its talent, although its talent does, of course, line up well. Very well with whenever Lone Star actually triggers correctly, and you kind of, well, not triggers, it's a chance-based trigger. So when you get it going several times with the Big Alejandro, this burst DPS is definitely very much up there. Of note as well, actually, I didn't talk about this, but as the same as with the Division 2 tables, I've taken to here with the magazine size, always kind of putting a magazine, as long as the weapon has a magazine slot, to put in basically a mod that effectively putting in a mod that affects its magazine size. And that's just because that's just actually how we end up running them, right? I'm not going to leave that magazine slot empty. So looking at the damage per mag without those numbers, actually, to me, doesn't make much sense. And because of the way that it's percentage based in Division 1, that means that it isn't, for instance, a plus 50 mag. It is a plus 120%, 121% mag, depending on how high we go. In here, actually, I've taken to, I believe, everything is 120%. Even though that's not the highest number we can go with, there is definitely 121% mods, but just, I thought that would be a clean number here. Also, to not have any decimal points, of course, and such. Although actually with 121 we wouldn't still either see that. But yeah, overall the Big Alejandro, definitely one of the standouts. The MG5 is definitely here one of the standouts. Now, of course, this isn't like the MG5 that we have in Division 2 nowadays with its super fast reload. This is, 8 years ago at best, last balanced. But it's definitely for things like Lone Star. We kind of, those two stand out to me. Things like the L86 and the RPK, just while doing decent on burst, here we kind of see this again, where they, even the very, well, actually no, so starting with Gear 2, basically, especially the Gear 2.0 rebalances, all of the weapons are in Division 2 were kind of pretty close to each other. They were kind of in a band of around like 13-15%, depending on weapon type and such. Here we already see that, for instance, going from the first spot to the second spot, that's a 10% difference in the burst. And they don't make up for that much in their sustain. Now here in the MG5, of course, the reload is actually a really impactful factor for its sustain, but it still actually isn't that far behind some of the other places. And then as well, if we're running it with Lone Star, we're kind of trying to get rid of this, right? So that's less impactful. And then in the damage per mag sense, it should be no surprise. Some of the slower firings, higher damage per shot weapons here as well with, 220 rounds. That's going to take the top spot. The M249s definitely as well have a place. I quite often end up using them if I'm just running it on, let's say, a striker or something, because actually I like them as secondary weapons. You can also just have them together with the reload talent that I'm totally remembering the name of, and I'm not sneaking into the game real quick to kind of have a look at Meticulous, where you can kind of have an on-kill chance, basically a salvage in Division 2 terms, where you have an on-kill chance to reload the entire magazine in one go. And that actually works out fine for, yeah, just running it without Lone Star even, because you'll likely get a few kills and then maybe get a reload, and otherwise you'll just have to deal with that reload. The LMGs, yeah, definitely. The standouts, MG5, Big Alejandro, we kind of knew that. Some of the other ones, especially, for instance, Hungry Hog, which sometimes gets recommended, I am not seeing it. While it is actually a decent talent as well, it isn't, especially its talent isn't as, I feel, usable as just either the Big Alejandro or just having something like Ferocious even there. So yeah, let's go on to the next one. And yeah, let's just keep this train going. Which is shotguns, as we come to the other one that we could use on a Lone Star as well here. Here, we're also, again, actually I'm kind of excluding the double barrel in the 100% mark here, in the same way as with Division 2. The double barrels are way high up in there, but as of course they still have, as the name implies, 2 barrels, 2 shots, and then you have a, well, at least in Division 1, not that long of a reload, especially, for instance, well, on the Cassidy and on this one, on the double barrel, neither of those is actually that long of a reload, not as long as like we have nowadays in Division 2. But yeah, they do horrendous. Well, actually, they're not that horrendous on the sustain, just because that reload is a little bit better here. But I feel the double barrel is, yeah, it ends up not being that usable. But then also, actually, what we kind of see is that the Showstopper especially has a really decent burst and also a decent sustain in comparison to a lot of the other ones here. Because that's then usually kind of as the same way as the house is in the SMG category. I feel that's how the Showstopper gets kind of treated in Division 1 terms. And that kind of does hold true. Now, of course, as well, the Showstopper, in the same fashion as in Division 2, we can stack with the ACS. You can do that. Same stacking is also per pellet in Division 1. And because of that, the Showstopper kind of fits in perfectly for that. Although I've here and there kind of used an SASG 12, but it's a much slower firing, of course, than the 240 of the Showstopper. Of note, actually, yeah, the 240 here instead of the 300 that we have in Division 2. That does actually make a little bit of a difference. It's not that humongous more of a difference, but this also just being auto means that you just hold down the button and it just goes. There isn't actually other good standouts. I always personally do like the Medved, but actually seeing it in its burst and sustain numbers here, I can kind of see why, while I like the big hit, I'd much rather just at that point kind of be on like Hunter's Fate, maybe with a marksman rifle, with a bolt action marksman rifle, because you can kind of, yeah, you get that there and then without actually, you know, having horrendous burst. While kind of fun, yeah, I can definitely see here now that, yeah, it did feel weak. It is weak, especially if we're kind of, yeah, looking at it in burst numbers. Most of the other shotguns actually kind of pale in comparison quickly to the when it comes to the Showstopper. That doesn't mean that they're not usable, but I would definitely say, for instance, the M870 is not balanced with the rest, really, because on both burst and sustain, it just does not keep up. Super 90 in the SASG can kind of be used. The double barrel can sometimes be fun just to stick in someone and just pull two, quickly put 2 shots in them. But then you're still always stuck with this somewhat slower reload. On the damage burn mag as well, just because the Showstopper can be so much longer before it has to hit that reload. This is also a big factor, especially for especially a stacking striker, the same way that we kind of do in Division 2. The Showstopper is definitely the standout here, and kind of like the house is kind of keeping this whole category in its wraps. As we're getting there, I'm going to Pistolero. Pistole. Actually, let me quickly dump all of these in the folder here. I also quickly want to see actually how long each of those was. 4, 5. Okay, so we're already on 28 minutes, but that's, yeah, it's kind of fine. We still have 2 categories, and then, and going on to the pistols. One of the things I feel in this category that gets recommended quite a bit is especially the X45s. which is actually the one that I was kind of leaning towards. But then I kind of realized that these RPMs, especially on pistols, is not really attainable consistently. Especially, for instance, I do like running a sentry skull that is made around a pistol, because that works as well, with a bulwark shield, so you can kind of have tankiness and kind of supportiness, but not that much damage. I was kind of leaning towards the X45s and such, especially as well for the mod slots, because in here as well, there's a bunch of pistols that actually do not have any mod slots available for them. And that kind of eats into their, especially their sustain, of course. Some of the weapons that were kind of used to having magazine mod slots, for instance, in the M9 and the P4Xs or the PX4s, they don't in Division 1. But then actually for me, what I feel the one I'm going to go with mostly is actually the 1911. But then specifically the tactical and the M45, as they have one mod slot more than the M1911. Of note, actually, as well, in Division 1 here, we already saw that actually in the Infantry MG5 and the MG5, basically, they're actually combined in there, and that's not an accident. They have the same amount of mods in Division 1. Some weapons don't. So, for instance, yeah, the M1911 versus the Tactical M45, I think is missing one mod slot. But a lot of those weapons that were kind of used being into separate categories, even if they have like one mod slot less, like the MG5s, they're not split up in that way. And because of that, yeah, they're still like, you're just worse off with one mod slot less, because you just have the same base and the rest of the stats are the same, and you're just losing out on a mod slot, basically. So yeah, that doesn't make much sense to go with those. But then in the case, yeah, for instance, the Infantry MG5 and MG5 in Division 1, they basically have the same mod slots here as well. But there are some other examples that don't jump to mind, but that have different mod slots amounts, but they don't actually get separated here into different base damages. That didn't start until Division 2. On the burst stand, yeah, we have the 93R and then also two revolvers. Before we actually hit this 100% mark, as I've kind of put it below it again, the burst weapons in Division 1 kind of, yeah, over-reporting quite a bit, but unless you're really macroing them, you're not going to get that out of it, because, yeah, that is... Those RPMs, you're not going to be able to click those yourself consistently. At least I feel. The X45s definitely kind of stand out here. Also, why in this case, the X45s, there is two different variants of them, and one of them has actually just 5 rounds less. So especially as well, it being a percentage-based magazine size that you're adding into there, it turns out, and the bases and such are the same. This is actually the other one that I couldn't think of. But there was basically no reason to go with the X45 over a first wave X45. They have the same bases, just their magazine, same RPMs, the same burst numbers, but just not the same sustain numbers, because the magazine is just way smaller on the X45 versus the first wave one. But I feel overall, just because of the RPM, and actually that's becoming here the factor, is just either going with any of the revolvers, or the revolvers, especially on their sustain end, they kind of suck, and that's kind of the thing that holds them back. We have just very low magazine size and a decently chunky reload, although, yeah, all of the pistols are pretty quick in Division 1. That kind of holds them back, but then, for instance, yeah, the 1911s and such are still decent on their sustain, and yeah, 310 RPM, so what we can see this as is a little bit over 5 clicks, right? This would be a little bit over 5 rounds per second, so you need to click around a little bit over 5 times per second, and that's actually doable. That is actually doable versus trying to do 10 consistently for minutes upon minutes, maybe. I don't feel that is kind of realistic. And then on the damage per mag end, especially the types that don't have a magazine slot. So for instance, we see that in the M9 and the P4Xs, PX4s, I keep saying it wrong. Those, for instance, don't have a magazine slot, and that hurts their damage per mag quite a bit. So it's always going to be basically between the X45, if you can actually click really, really quickly. Or, for instance here, what I'm likely going to go with is the M45 and the tactical 1911s. Both can't be crafted at 256. That's also actually a factor in Division 1. One of the reasons the M4, the lightweight M4, is so popular is that you can craft it at at the max gear score, basically. The weapons that can't be will have to be farmed, and without targeted loot in Division 1, that's a lot harder. But for me here, definitely, yeah, the standouts especially those. I feel in the case of the exotics, none of them really have good enough talents to kind of make up for their deficiencies in burst and sustain, basically, versus the high end. So in the high end, in here, even though we can actually just have exotic there, quite often we just choose not to. Yeah, let's go on to... And coming to the end of the road with these DPS tables, the MMRs. Now, in the MMR category is a lot of weapons that you would normally consider in, well, if you're a Division 2 headed person, of being rifles. But yeah, the rifle category didn't exist. That's also why there's no rifle tab here. Things like the Mark 20 and the Mark 17 and the M1A and such, and the Scar H, which is nowadays actually combined into the Mark 17. Those actually, yeah, are all rifles in Division 2, but here that category didn't exist. They were MMRs. One interesting thing is as well is actually the Mark 17 and the Mark 20 actually share stats. And of course, the Mark 20 in Division 2 is an MMR. The Mark 17 is a rifle sharing stats with the Scar H, which is the other, they're basically combined together into the two Mark 17 variants that we have in Division 2. So yeah, it's an oddity there. But yeah, we see here that also, for instance, actually, yeah, the Classic, here's another one of these, where the Classic, the First Wave, and the SOCOM, Classic M1A, or well, M1A, actually all share base stats, but then the Classic actually has one mod slot less. So in Division 1, it would just be a waste, honestly, because also handling-wise, they seem pretty similar. If not exact same, but then the Classic just gives up a mod without, where in Division 2 we gain stats, and also, well, it has a different RPM actually, but without gaining anything in return for that. So it's actually just a worse choice. Here though, actually with the MMRs, we're kind of starting with a base damage table. That's the same thing I do in Division 2 as there, for instance, for Headhunter especially, it matters what the base is. Turns out actually in Division 1, it also kind of just matters for that because of Hunter's Fury, and especially as well the way that we use the talent that I'm also blanking on, but actually I won't have on this character, which is that if you get a crit kill, the next kill would be guaranteed crit. Basically, that means that you will kind of still lean towards using the highest base that you can get without giving up too much else. In the case in Division 1, we have that here basically, and that is that we have the Classic M44 carbine, the Hunting M44. Both of these are not in the same way as Division 2. They're actually an integral magazine, so you reload per 5 shots basically. That's the max that they have. The thing is, with Hunter's Fate especially, the reload resets the talent. If you're not familiar with Hunter's Fate, is basically you get a bonus on hitting at all, body or headshots. You get double bonus if you have the classified for headshots. This bonus basically will keep stacking up to a amp of 100% with 15% basically per segment. But if you reload, you lose it. So what that means that having, for instance, a larger magazine pool does make a big difference there, and that's also why usually the recommended weapon for it is the M700 tactical or a carbon. I mean, and we see that kind of here. The carbon and the tactical actually share same stats. I believe actually in Division 1 it's the same as well. The tactical actually has either a mod slot less or one of its mod slot is actually worse. In Division 2, for instance, it's a side mod slot, meaning that you can't put any handling mods there. You can only put crit chance there, which is actually kind of useless. But yeah, the M700 carbon is kind of the go-to for that. We see also kind of, actually currently I'm running SRSs because, for instance, again, no target loot, so it's kind of hard to get specifically a specific MMR, and I don't actually have any good Model 700 carbons as well. We can't craft those, but I do actually have some SRSs, and I definitely see that I could stand to improve because you're jumping from this basically a 132k to a 144k. That's actually a big difference between those two. Then here actually, yeah, for the faster firing ones, it doesn't make too much sense. We don't care there too much about their base. This is mostly, for instance, to kind of compare the bolt actions, especially for Hunter's Fate. Same as well for the exotics, not so much here, but that's also why we have burst and sustain tables for those especially as well. In the burst and sustain ones, we see that actually, yeah, the M1As do pretty well, and also their RPM is very handleable. But especially one thing that I didn't know of is that the Mark 17 and the Scar H aren't the same, because I just assumed they would be. I would assume that the Scar H and the Mark 17 share stats and the Mark 20 is a separate one, but it turns out that that isn't the case. The Scar H actually does a little bit better on the burst numbers. And especially here as well, it is actually really close to those. And I feel actually the Scar H does handle a little bit better. And of course, it has a much bigger max size. Or you could also translate this max size into maybe even more RPM for it, because you could go actually with the magazines. We're not doing that per se here. In the Division 2 tables, I might actually add that into here in the future, where we do it, for instance, with the LMGs, we do a pouch, and also we do a rate of fire mag. Here I haven't done that, but what we could do actually is, yeah, instead of going with taking this basically to this 44 from 20, we could actually go with one that is much more, has much more rate of fire, for instance. And that would, of course, increase our burst beyond what the SOCOM can, or what the SOCOM or first wave M1A can, because there you would want to have the, go from 10 to 22. But I wouldn't mind actually playing around with some of these. I don't have a Scar H to mess around with yet, but I would love to actually see like if that holds up a little bit. Although the thing is that mostly where this gets used is kind of, in my opinion, more so towards the center. Although, well, you use it for Deadeye especially as well, or you can use it for Deadeye. But Sentry Skull, of course, is kind of the go-to for some of these. But then the MDR, especially as well, is actually a competitive burst DPS versus these. Together with that, it's actually much more handleable. And has better bonuses, because actually, yeah, in the same trend as Division 2, Division 1's rifles actually, or MMRs, having a headshot bonus versus where in Division 1 the ARs have enemy armor damage, basically DTA stats. That is much more useful than, or much more potent of a stat than a headshot ever will be. And also actually in the exotics, we see that, for instance, the Devil and Heal, which also actually don't, they can have their normal, or well, they have a shared talent basically between them that is actually pretty good when you're running both. They actually do compete decently well with the rest. They're actually ahead of the rest. These as well, they'll become basically the 6-7-16 and the 6-7-16 CQB in Division 2 basically is what those two will turn into in the future. But they aren't here yet. And yeah, well, burst-wise, they do actually kind of compete above the rest. But yeah, their talent kind of holds it back, because it's still, if you're just having a consistent talent in that third slot, that could outdo them pretty consistently. And yeah, under sustain, it's kind of the same story. The M1A and the Scar H kind of flip, and this kind of the same here, where these two are definitely the standouts, and it then kind of falls away, especially on burst and sustain. Of course, the bolt actions we wouldn't really kind of consider in that way, but especially, for instance, the SVD, which is actually a weapon I've been taking to kind of using, we see that it's actually on burst and sustain kind of behind those. And actually, I feel, well, it handles maybe a tiny bit better than some of these. I think I'm gonna lean toward maybe trying at a Scar H in the future. That leads us to the end actually of this DPS tables. And yeah, we kind of did some analysis there as well. Let's actually now take it to multi-calc and kind of discuss the multi-calc itself, and then also one that I filled in earlier. Yeah, that worked out. So how long are we here? We're already on 42 minutes again. That's a little longer than I wanted for that, but I'll say no, it's fine. So, and yeah, let's start discussing the other tool that is part of of this. Especially having the DPS tables is kind of needed on my end to, for instance, have the weapon bases and kind of compare lightly, basically, especially within the weapons. There as well, actually, it would be better if we took it onto builds, but I might do that in the future for Division 1. Because, of course, those mods differences, there are mod differences in Division 1, and those will matter. But especially between, for instance, yeah, some of the ARs, some of the SMGs, most of the SMGs basically have all of the magazine slots. Most of the ARs have all of the magazine slots. So it's, for those, a little bit closer and doesn't matter that much. Here with this calculator, so it is actually, for those familiar with my Division 2 ones, this should seem very familiar. It's kind of layout in the same way. But there's, of course, differences in the way that Division 1 does its calculation. And the big one is actually that it has, instead of there being a base damage that then gets multiplied against by everything else, in here, actually, the base damage is plus, it is basically the whatever we enter as our base damage is then added together with a multiplication of the weapon modifier. So basically that hard stat that basically set by the devs and our firearm stat. So that basically gets, this multiplies against each other, that weapon modifier and the firearms. That gives a number. This adds to the base, basically. That becomes, in effect, from that point, the base in Division 2 terms, and then everything else multiplies against that. So every other category is a multiplication against that there. But of course, this initial part here, basically in Division 2 terms, if we have weapon damage, that already altogether becomes a pool. Although here we have weapon damage as well as a separate multiplier over there. Firearms isn't that. This is basically something else. But this part of it is definitely quite different than Division 2, where, yeah, it all adds together, although, well, that multiplies, those two multiply, and then that adds to the weapon base. Because of that as well, the effects of firearms aren't as, although, well, big, especially if you're going, between 3K and 9K or such. It isn't as much, especially for as big of a numbers as they are, but, going between 3,000 and 9,000. That would give a very high diminishing returns if we're kind of looking at it in like weapon damage terms of Division 2, but it isn't that. And then what happens is in Division 1 as well, the headshot and the crit damage are actually additive to each other as well, which is actually something that I'm trying to look up other people's videos or other people's tools, basically. Nobody's really talking about that, which is kind of weird, because in Division 2 we make sure to kind of address that specifically, because headshot and crit damage being additive to each other is kind of a thing that you just need to know about, because if you don't know about that, you're going to get the wrong numbers. Then in the same way as Division 2, we have weapon damage plus specific weapon damage, so assault rifle damage, for instance. Those do add together as well in Division 1. Now, weapon damage by itself isn't a stat that you get much of. Honestly, I can only really think of Alpha Bridge that kind of has that. Maybe something else has it as well. Because in Division 1, mostly on the glove, you will have some specific weapon damage. So, for instance, having SMG damage or AR damage or something like that. But it is actually a much rarer stat than it is in Division 2. And because of that as well, actually, it is much more valuable, because we're just not diluting that pool to all hell. Damage to elites, yeah, in Division 1 and actually in Division 2 as well. Early on, we had damage to elites. This is just a stat that just applies when we're shooting elites. DTA, although actually in Division 1 parlance, this would be enemy armor damage. I'm just using DTA here just because I'm used to it. I think everybody that kind of nowadays will fill this in will know what it is. Damage to targets out of cover is the exact same as it is in Division 2. Then we have a few slots for amps. If you, for instance, in Division 1 especially, there are several talents and such that can be amps. So we want those to have separate there. And of course, for instance, yeah, striker stacks would be a separate multiplier that kind of goes into that. And yeah, in the same way as Division 2 ones, you basically can go from in the game. So for instance here, if we take it into the game, we can actually go into the character select, or in the character screen here. We can take our firearms number from here, just take it straight up. Then having our crit chance and our crit damages, our headshot. One of the things is though that actually this headshot, for instance, in this case, although actually I can go and look it up how much it actually was. It is 86.5. It is truncating it to 87 here. So you got to kind of pay attention. And that comes from actually, for instance, in this case, this weapon mod here being 5.5 headshot damage and not 6, for instance. So actually it truncates while it shows the full crit chance number there, or even to way too high of a degree. On the crit damage and the headshot, it actually doesn't. So sometimes you gotta kind of watch out that if your crit doesn't line up, if your headshot doesn't line up, maybe add or remove a +5, 0.5 and see if that fixes it. Then as well, we have our damage to elites and enemy armor damage also listed here. So we can just take these stats over. Same for weapon damage. Yeah, so this is then the weapon damage here, here coming from my gloves. So we can just take all of those stats and plunk them into here. And that will, of course, give you a build version. And then what you can do is, and that's a nice thing about kind of having them in a multi-calculator, is, for instance, if we go to the second one, one that I've filled in already, we can start comparing stuff. And then, for instance, taking and adding some of the stats. I'm going to cut it there, and then we're going to go into discussing this. 621, kind of fine. As yeah, we come to one that I prepared earlier. This one, well, we have two here actually. This first one is, for instance, actually comparing dropping firearms. So basically, the highest firearms we can go, at least, well, this is specifically the build I had there. Although actually not specifically the build I had there, because this is with the DT mods on it. Although actually we have turned off DT and DTA here. Just for comparison's sake for a second, also for our checking numbers. In here, we can then just, for instance, alter numbers and see what our results will be. So in this case, that build with basically going one more firearm selection, I'm basically going to kind of red score, or maybe taking more stamina or electronics, usually stamina, of course. If we drop down, how much do we gain and lose? This is exactly what these multi-calculators are always for, and they kind of compare builds together as, yeah, kind of we're going up and down steps. Actually, the second one that we have here is actually the build as I have it, where I have one stamina roll. So yeah, if I went even higher, we would gain, for instance, here, basically, yeah, a little over 6% in our damage output. That is, of course, a decent amount, but that also then stands against, for instance, yeah, taking a stamina roll, and that's, for instance, what I have there, as well as actually while the DTA isn't active here, I have destructive actually as one of the talents, and I have, for instance, this 8.7k, and then I have 4.1k on stamina, so I can actually trigger destructive. So actually this other one couldn't even have the destructive up there. Then as well, actually, so here in the same way as Division 2, I have the checking numbers here. There's one thing of note, actually, and I'm wondering actually if somebody has the answer here for me. I haven't looked into it too much. I ran into this today, as I used this multi-calculator already for some, use it for with Predator's Mark and with Alpha Bridge and some other builds, Hunter's Fate. I hadn't used it with Striker yet until today. And it turns out Striker is acting weird, because while its number that it shows in the stat screen will align with the damage number here if I just input the stats as is. And in this case, it would be this mystery weapon damage being at 0. This is the number that actually I can show that 23,461, 23,461. All right, actually, when we go into the game, I need to load the loadout. Let's go over here. So if I load this loadout, because I was actually messing around with the mods, if we go into the character and go look at weapon damage, which is here, 23,461. And yeah, again, back to here. 23,461. But then when I shoot, and we can scroll to the right here a little bit, this 0 stack on the body, this gives 23,880. And this isn't a stack here, because I thought maybe it's counting the stack as you're hitting it or something like that, because we're on 0 stacks here. There seems to be just some weird 2 weapon damage in there somewhere, somehow. Because yeah, when we input an extra 2 weapon damage, which is this mystery one, taking this to 14 instead, now we align kind of perfectly. I have no idea what's going on. And yeah, I'm curious actually if others do. Because yeah, this way it does actually align. That's also why we have the DTE and DTA on 0, because I was using it here in the range. The range in Division 1, we only have red enemies basically. We don't have the ability to have DTE or DTA active. But yeah, these are set in this one at least, that we can set them to 100% again. Let's actually do that for comparison's sake, because also the difference in percentage stayed the same between some of these, as I tried it actually with a different striker that I have that's around this 6.3k level, basically a 6k striker. And that actually did line up with these other numbers, at least if I altered these numbers to be that build, because of course they differ tiny bits. As well, we have actually Pulse in here, because yeah, Pulse is kind of the go-to in Division 1. I'm running a Pulse there with Pulse crit chance mods, or the skill mods being towards that, so we're getting a decent amount out of it. Those are also going into here, but also, of course, they're going into all of them. Also, actually, these other 2 that we'll discuss in a second, and Predator's Mark and Alpha Bridge. In doing that, yeah, it's kind of the same for all of them, so it stays the same. But then what we can actually see is as we go from basically all red, or all firearm rolls, going to 1 firearm roll, and then in this case 1 stamina, we lose basically 6%, and that kind of holds true as we go through the range. It's kind of around that 6% mark all the way through per step, basically. So every time that we actually take 1 more stamina roll, so for instance, this 2775, this would be if you're, although, well, depends, if you're going around the 9k stamina, if you're going maybe all stamina, you're going to have basically 40% less damage. This was always a question that I kind of had about Division 1, is like, how much do the red cores matter? And kind of in Division 2, I know, but in Division 1, I wasn't too sure. And here we kind of have an answer to it. Also, yeah, here we have a Predator's Mark and Alpha Bridge in comparison here towards a striker. And of course, yeah, here with the striker, we're actually kind of weirdness with that. Let's actually take that weirdness out. Let's say it was acting properly by not having any of that mystery weapon damage there. Here at 0 stacks, and this is actually the inters, because of course for the Predator's Mark we need 9k stamina, so this one's actually comparing against this 275, I think. Yeah, so these 2 are comparing against each other. Oh no, it's actually against this 3.9, because yeah, that Predator Mark I have actually at 4.1. So it's comparing against this 4.9. So basically the striker with 3.9k firearms. The Alpha Bridge, it needing to kind of balance numbers. This one is comparing then against. Actually, I can go into the cell and see. This one's comparing against F6, so the 5.167 firearm. So this one, and in there, this one is of course ahead, because this is the inters versus basically the strikers at the same firearms, basically, right? Because this is all comparing. These ones are all comparing to the top slot, which would be a full on there. But yeah, once we kind of set some striker stacks in there loose, yeah, this is the reason why striker is that high. Of course, the Predator's Mark would have bleeds going around, doing basically doubling its damage on an enemy. Although it can actually spread to multiple enemies, so that might be a factor. The Alpha Bridge, of course, is triggering links continuously. But yeah, at 100 stacks, definitely none of them can compete even closely. Even if we take this to, like, let's say 30 stacks, which is much more attainable for the striker, of course, even then, they're like way behind on their personal damage. Now, of course, in the striker sense, this is all personal damage. Like this is all of the damage that it does. The Predator Mark and Alpha Bridge will do some damage on top of this, but definitely not enough to kind of make up for the deficiencies there. Which is kind of the question that I already knew, kind of just by play, that yeah, Striker, way stronger than any of those, and much more consistent in his output, especially if you're kind of stacking with an ACS, or well, the Showstopper in Division 1. But yeah, seeing it in these hard numbers, it is kind of hard to discount those differences. Although, of course, yeah, at 0 stacks, they can compete just because they have decent enough stats and such. You know, the sort of gear set bonuses are good enough that they can kind of keep up a little bit. Let's take it actually to this second one. I'm going to cut there. Also, let me catch up here as I'm kind of in there. The new special, I love the grind, may not be reference preference, but this grind. Yeah. If you kind of enjoy priority objectives and stuff, and at least it's varied. It's at least not the same thing over and over again. I just wish they didn't put the super low drop chance items in there. Also, I don't feel like for apparel and stuff, is this better than apparel caches? I would have rather had apparel, these things in apparel events, basically. Change the Alpha Bridge. It's broken for the game, especially for PvP. It's not too extreme. As long as Streamline doesn't go into it that way. The thing is, it's still eating up an exotic slot, right? Like, it's competing in PvP sense as well. It's kind of competing against the Ninja Bike and the Catharsis. So, yeah, let's take it to this. It's very extreme. Not without Streamline, I don't think. There's 2 damage challenge and such, like that sounds good and all, but you're also giving up your ability to have a secondary that you can actually, you know, have different ammo and such for longer fights. PvP just, I mean, I've imagined it in PvP, unless you have a specific one you want to put forward. But yeah, let's go to this thing and get this done, because this is the last one, and then we just need the outro, and then this video is ready for tomorrow. I'll splice it together and it'll be tomorrow's video. Let's put that still there. Yeah. Oh yeah, let's actually show it maybe as well with the in-game. And on this one, I've always had this question actually, which is those purple DT mods, is it actually? Because also I've played with builds with both ways, and the difference isn't super pronounced, definitely. And we kind of see that here as well. So actually, to show it in-game what we kind of mean with this, most of the times if we have anything, for instance, like here, which is the Striker build that we're kind of on, usually you go with these, well, for instance, in this case, firearms mods, although, well, the type that they are doesn't per se matter, but the 4% damage to elites, which can only be on purple. What that also means is that, for instance, here we see that this mod is a 202, so while a normal firearms mod is generally around the 260s or more, even 267 is kind of I think the highest, or maybe 268 even. So you can gain a little bit of firearms there, and then of course as well those can come as I have them, for instance, here with crit chance. So for instance here I have a few ones, but then here the 267. Actually the in-game numbers as well, I could actually add in more, because here we have a few 260s and a 261, I think. Actually, no, the lowest is a 261. That's actually the numbers I went with, also to have the checking numbers there. So we could even have like a few points more there, but that wouldn't make that big of a difference here. So here we have them both with DTE on. So basically we're shooting an elite. How much damage do we do against them? And when we're not shooting an elite, because when we don't have, when we're not shooting an elite, those DTE mods aren't doing anything, of course. And then comparing them to each other. So on the DTE on, the DTE mods there, while we do gain that little bit of firearms and that crit chance, that doesn't make up for those DTE. And taking this from 28 basically to 48, and then losing a little bit of crit chance and a little bit of firearms for that. When we are shooting elites, we're doing 9% more, basically. Just a little bit under 9% more. And that's a big jump, of course. And those are also the most dangerous enemies, right? Those are the bosses, those are the heavies and such, things that take more time to die, because the purples and the reds, they'll, even if we kill them a little bit slower, which we're kind of doing here when the DTE is off, that difference isn't as pronounced. So here, when the DTE is off, wait, something broke here. What happened? Oh, wait, what? Wait, oh. There we go. Wait, yeah. For something called DTE off, the DTE was on. Okay, let's try that again. Let me catch up here. The master division. Yeah, no, I understood it. The Tinkerer. Now, keep in mind that the Tinkerer also costs you a blue core as well, which, is kind of, you can't go all blue with it. First of all, for PvP. Without Streamline there, dual talent-wise, like, you can extract more from a ninja bike in PvP sense. Like, it's much more, because even if you have, what do you have, a measured plus optimist, like Coyote could beat that with 25 crit damage in short range. Yeah, let's try that again. Let's take the in-game. Yeah. Although, can I cut that? No, let's just do it anew. I could likely cut it together in some way, but let's just do it anew. As we come to this last one, and here there's a question that I've always had, which is that if we take those purple DTE mods, what's the difference in output between having those mods, which here is the purple ones, versus having high-end mods basically with crit chance, and then having 60 or so more as well towards firearms, as those mods usually have higher mods basically. So generally in Division 1, yeah, we go with these damage to elite mods. In this case, I'm going with these 202s. That's the highest ones I have. These, of course, come from vendors. Basically, you have to just wait till they come around. And that's also the thing, like, would it be a good way to go around that by just going with those high-end mods? And how much does that actually matter? So here, yeah, we're taking some 202s with 4 DTE against some mods here that are basically just around the pretty high up, but not all maxed out, because I wanted to have the same, checking numbers. So the lowest one we have in here, going in here, is 261s, basically with +1 crit chance. If we then look at here, what we of course gain is that little bit of DTE, but yeah, basically taking this 28 to a 48. On the other end, we would basically gain a little bit of crit chance and some firearms, but just, yeah, small amounts there and a decent amount difference there. If we compare here first the DTE ons versus each other, we see that when we're shooting actually at elites, going with those DTE mods is around the 9% gain. And that's, of course, a decent amount. That is actually, and that's also against, the enemies that already take the most to kill. These will be the names, these will be, the heavies and such. They'll always be elite. So, yeah, that's kind of where that matters. And then if the DTE is off, so we're basically shooting at a purple or a red or such, then the other version, so going with the yellow mods, actually is 5% ahead. Now, would I say that actually in some content this might be better? I might actually say that because, for instance, some of the incursions and such, having done a few of them now kind of caught up finally on them. There's a lot of purples in there. If it is basically a balance between these two, because while being 9% ahead there, but then you're 5% behind whenever you're shooting at the purples and such. It depends on if there's way too many purples, but as a general one, I would definitely go with the DT ones if you have that option, if you have those mods. Because the more dangerous enemies are always going to be the elites, especially in Division 1 as well. If you're doing, for instance, challenging missions, about 90% of the enemies will be elites. It's not like in Division 2 where actually they intermix them quite a bit. In general, in Division 1, if you are playing a mission on normal, it's mostly reds with maybe a purple or so in there. If you're doing it on hard, it's mostly purples and then maybe an elite or such for a heavy and the boss and such. And then if you're playing it on challenging or above, it's generally mostly elites with maybe a purple or a red here or there. So in general, yeah, especially if you're just Lexingtoning, Division 1's Lincoln. If you're Lexingtoning the whole time, yeah, that definitely go to. But also, yeah, it's the difference is there, but it's also not as pronounced as in either way, basically. In general, I would still go that route, except especially, yeah, for instance, some of the incursions, Falcon Lost, for instance, there's a lot of elites there, or a lot of purples there. I might actually lean into sticking some of these mods in there for those kind of things. Although, in the end, I'm just going to be lazy and just always run that, right? But this was one of those things that I kind of had a question about, and we kind of have it answered here. This enter here as well is actually between between basically these two versus their brethren up there. So the min-max as well, when the DT is off, so because of the DT being higher, it's basically a narrower band. The other one, when it loses DT, it's a much bigger band, of course, right? Kind of in the same way that you would kind of see the lower and upper bands in the way of sustain and burst. But yeah, not by enough that I would lean towards going those crit chance mods with the high-end crit chance mods. Definitely, those DTs are worth it. One thing, though, that I would definitely say is if you're going with 3%, it's not worth it. Because, yeah, that turns out to be enough of a... You basically lose this difference here. And trying to get 260 plus 1 crit chance... plus 1% crit chance mods, that's actually pretty easy because you can craft for them and such. So if you have a set of those versus 3%, to go with high end. If you have a 4% set, yeah, it's definitely worth going that route. And yeah, that's also kind of what we already knew, as that's kind of the gold standard for Division 1. Yeah, let's do an outro here, and then we can round this out. The new talent 80% will be super crazy. That's more the new talent. Like, you would much rather have that new talent plus Catharsis or plus Ninja Way. Like, that's like, especially as well, Optimus actually then would... Like, Optimus would not be the pairing with Unmeasured would be. Because you wouldn't want 2 weapon damage talents. Well, no, that mask is not... Like, I don't see that being the holster would be much more annoying to deal with in PvP. Because unless you have something that... Unless you have a nemesis on your back, basically, or you've got a grenade launcher special ammo or something, or TAC 50 special ammo. It's going to be really annoying when somebody goes into cover to cover and you can basically not kill them. Unless you're taking him out in basically one shot. Well, that mask is not... I don't see the... I didn't see that one being too effective for that. The new talent would be, but that new talent cannot go into the game with 80%. Like, they should know that by now. We'll see, though, if they do. Yeah, let's... so I want to just one last thing to this. Yeah. And with that, we come to the end of, looking at some Division 1 things and stuff. As I've been meaning to make these for forever. I've been always talking about making a DPS table and also a multi-calculator for Division 1. Especially in making a multi-calculator as well, I feel once you kind of, or making any calculator there. That's a good way of making sure you kind of understand the basics of it. Definitely for me as well, going through in making this and kind of checking it against in-game and such. I've learned quite a bit about like how actually the system in Division 1 works, because for instance, the headshot and crit damage being additive to each other, I wasn't sure of that at all. I didn't understand actually yet that they had kind of normalized the weapon modifier and such. Even as well, actually, that weapon damage plus specific weapon damage is already actually additive in Division 1, although it basically only comes up with Alpha Bridge, so it's not a common thing. But especially having the weapon DPS tables, those are a core tool that I basically need to have for myself anyway, so... but all will be linked down below, so if you are interested in them, feel free to go and check them out, as they live in the folders as well that normally the Division 2 files would live in as well, with the DPS tables being over there. Now, of course, these won't change much because, Division 1 is not per se getting updates, but also if you spot any faults or flaws in it, feel free to actually contact me and we'll get those sorted out, as definitely I've gone through and kind of checked a bunch of the weapons. I made sure that, most of the weapons that, for instance, don't have a magazine slot. So, for instance, as well, the PP19s or not the some of the pistols. But then, for instance, originally I had the PP19 as not having a magazine slot, but actually in Division 1, it does have a magazine slot. There might be some errors like that. So feel free to bring those forward if you catch them. But we come then to the end of this video. I hope you found this informative and enjoyed going maybe a little bit of nostalgia here with some Division 1ing. I'll actually be playing quite a bit of Division 1 on stream the coming week. As starting Monday, there'll be a global event starting the 19th of May, upcoming for a week. So actually I'll be jumping quite a bit into there, as I've been quite enjoying going and trying to catch up and trying to as well get all of the commendations for all of the global events, as some of those back in the day I just didn't partake too much in Division 1, especially not so much in the global events and such, not to the degree that I do nowadays. So kind of going back and getting those filled in. And I've been very much enjoying my time with Division 1. It's just enough different that that it is a different game, and then just enough the same that it's definitely Division. So if you did enjoy this video, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below, as that does help out. So I'll do that little bit of shilling here. In the future, we'll definitely go and actually finally do that refactor build showcase. That's likely the next thing on this docket. So that'll likely be next. I hope you join me for those. And as always, have a good night. Anyway, get there. A little rambly, but it's fine. That's usually how it goes with IKEA anyway. God damn it. That's 22. Let's just restart VLC. For some reason, VLC quite often breaks. Let's open them all up. So 1 hour 9. Let's try to keep it under an hour. It's fine. We did a bunch of analysis. Let's then also run our time out. Although let's go grind in Div2. Because we're gonna go back to Division 2. I'm also actually gonna delete a few of these. Well, we load up Div2. Also, let me change categories, because we're gonna go back to Div2. I was just in Div1 for that, because we'll be spending quite a bit of time with Division 1, as I kind of said there as well. I need all these tabs open to add them to the links. I know, well, Division 2 loads up. Let me also change my categories. Because I definitely want to grind a little bit more of those caches. It's likely what we'll go for here. There. Kinda like the title says as well. Yeah, it's loading up. But yeah, happy to have that one in the bag. Also, yeah, for those watching live, that outro was just for the video, so we're not ending yet. Yeah, let's go with this character. There's only, well, there usually is. Most games have a few people that like deep diving.
Entering safe area.
Although sometimes it's also, yeah, hard to find specifically those kind of people. I feel especially kind of being in the Division 2 community and like watching Division 2 stuff, I've learned much more to also, when going to different games, to kind of be wary of the way some people present themselves. Usually if they're kind of, you know, if they are clickbaiting and stuff, it's kind of, I already know that their opinion is less trustworthy to begin with. Space admin. Let's go to space admin. Is it invaded? No. It's just normal. Because yeah, let's just go grind some more caches out. Let's go grab the snitch bounty. It's gonna be here.
My buddy is open for business.
It's funny going from Div1 to, actually I would put faction.
Hey agent, I've got some new contracts.
We'll take an outcast. The footstep sound difference going from 1 to 2. In 1 they definitely really want you to know that you're footstepping. Neither Tennyson. Something that was popular. I mean, the thing is, oh, I didn't set permission. That stuff isn't done on accident.
We want to get Isaac back
The way I
online
usually
across
say
the
it is
country.
like it's
We
not
can
like
reconnect the local system to the satellite network.
it's obvious, for instance,
Should be able
that
to do that at
yeah.
the NOAA headquarters building.
Get to the control
people
room.
like
We'll walk you through the process from there.
let's say Kamikaze. That's just like the obvious one. It isn't that they don't know about the game just because, you know, they don't spend their time there. They spending their time playing the YouTube game. They're not playing the Division game, they're playing the YouTube game. And they do that very well. Those are things like clickbait and stuff, like, really works. But for me personally, I would just... like, I'd rather sleep well at night. Basically. I'd rather go to bed with the feeling that I haven't ever deceived anyone.
The control room is at the top of the atrium.
That's one of the actual video ideas I was just
It's the division! Sound the alarm!
that basically as a concept is just like, yeah, spotting spotting what is clickbait, like even like beyond the basics, because yeah, there's of course the basic stuff, like literally having clickbait titles and stuff. But most people actually in Division parlance don't know actually that, like, if they're talking about 300% crit damage or something, or like 220 crit damage, that's clickbait. That's actually not something you want on a build. Not unless you're maybe like putting in killer number or there, but well, you shouldn't be doing that either. But if a build is already set up to have like 200 plus crit damage, for instance, back in the day, this was very much the case with like high ends. That means that you've foregone, you know, contractors and Fox. Like you'd much rather be on the 170 with contractors and Fox than the 200 with like an extra piece of Grupo and an improvised piece or something like that. We're kind of discussing those kind of things. One of the things though with is like I would have to kind of call out also. You know, people were not per se on unfriendly terms with. Which I would kind of be fine with this one. Also nowadays there's so much AI slop, just extra annoying.
I hate this city. Now you'll think twice.
Heads up. I'm seeing hostile
Not
movement
grabbing
on
all the crates, just going quick. The goal is season XP. The thing is as well, next week I do want to spend quite a bit of time with Division 1, so we'll basically have one full week at the end with Reanimated. But also with Reanimated it'll go pretty quick.
I've sent the coordinates for the dishes through Isaac. It shouldn't take too long to align them.
I'm not going to survive
You're
that.
still gonna have to adjust each dish, but this will speed up the process.
Might survive this. Luckily, at least with that one, there's no knockback on it. So if you get shot, it doesn't... still lets you finish it. Like, keeps progressing normally.
Target approaching. Hey, you want to stand there? Need a fresh mag. Covering fire.
And this mission always just does take a little bit just because of the...
You just killed the troop.
I just killed a true asshole. Still from the original one. And I barely have Heartbreaker stacks. When I start playing Division, so I played Division 1 a little bit basically in that first year of it, when it was still getting upgrades, but also back then I was actually like working like way more. So I wasn't actually playing that much. But especially towards like the last year before Division 2 kind of came out, so in the last year of Division 1 basically, when it was already like no longer really getting upgrades and stuff, is when I really got into Division 1. And in Division 2 I kind of played the beta. I played kind of the first week a little bit, and then I didn't really get to play till like the summer of it, and that's when I really got into it. But even back then, like, I wasn't doing the stuff I'm doing nowadays. Like, I was back then definitely not that, you know, into... I've been, like, interested in how stuff works in games as well, and even other stuff. Like even in the past, I have made sometimes, you know, figuring stuff out or even making some slight tools, like all the way back in the day in Eve and in Star Wars Galaxies and
So far,
stuff.
so good. Now we just gotta find a transmitter to boost the signal.
But not to like the degree that I do now.
Right already. You're going over. What the fuck?
This was actually, when was it, like a year and a half ago or something? It was already when I was streaming. We actually went back into Division 1, and I hadn't been back in there for like forever. And kind of leveled up a character, but also looked kind of at my main character's builds, and yeah, they were very much kind of builds we would kind of laugh at in Div2, kind of way too much setup for comfort, giving up way too much damage, running ton of stability and accuracy and stuff like that, and giving up a ton of damage. I kind of went back into that with more of a understanding that I nowadays have from Division 2, and kind of fixed up a ton of builds in there. And as well, with the global events, I've been just taken to... We filled up all 4 character slots, and then also over time, basically, just every few months, we did basically a run. But now with the classifieds as well, we've just taken to having basically one of each gear set and stuff.
That's it. We should be able to extract the radio once it's docked.
Although I still don't feel like comfortable talking with any authority about anything Division 1, because
You can't touch me. Let's see you run now.
I don't feel I have that level, same level of understanding that I have like in Division 2, which also makes sense, of course. Like that's... There's thousands of hours of difference in those two.
Concussion grenade!
Concussion this. It's also, yeah, way back in the day, I actually didn't play much of like the global events, nor had I done any of like the incursions and stuff. I'd done like a legendary or so, but that was about it. Also, Division 1 not having clans and stuff, actually, because I feel one of the things that helped in Division 2 was just kind of somewhat accidentally landing into a clan and then meeting interesting people with interesting ideas. Because I feel in Division 1 what I mostly did, I kind of always enjoyed that from there as well, that kind of carried through in Division 2. It's just, yeah, just jumping in, doing a named run or something, or doing just random matchmaking. Still feel I should just, yeah, just random matchmaking for missions and stuff, like from Division 1, actually. Yeah, same way as in Division 2. That was really the thing that kind of grabbed me in comparison to a lot of other games. I'm just sort of feeling of missing out and stuff. The thing is, so yeah, if you're endgame already, for instance, the global events and such don't seem to, they seem to have actually you know, if it's on purpose or if it's accidental, I don't know. But the global events and most of the important events don't overlap. When there's a global event in Division 1, there's usually not that much going in Division 2. Let's just take the map back. Just two guys with frenzy almost murdering me there. Let's see that missile. Actually, it's a rocket. Actually, it's a rocket-propelled grenade.
I'm gonna need a medic. What are you waiting for?
What am I waiting for? For one of you assholes to peek. Let's grab ammo while we're here. What? Someone's still alive? Just stop being alive, thank you.
Alright, this will extract the transmitter from the module and connect it to the rest of the facility. Then we can link up.
But it
with
also
the
kind of
mission
plays on
satellite.
it, like depends on how much playtime you have. I have a lot of playtime available, so I end up being able to kind of partake in both. Especially jumping into the Division 1 when their global events are
All
on.
right? Sounds like you've got company.
But then it's also pretty busy. So we run into a lot of people. It's pretty active. The downsides of not being strikers, so you don't stack so well. Next season as well, we'll have those markers on the enemies are kind of nice. And being able to see them through walls makes it. Oh, there's one more. There is one more. How long was this mission? Felt long. Well, this mission is kind of long with that middle part.
Online. I'll send a team to secure the transmitter for safekeeping. Good work, Agent.
I want to see how long it was.
Priority objective available.
Since it seems to sell pretty often, yeah. Well, if you're on PC, you can always like check around. That was 15 minutes, yeah. This is a longer mission. And that time I could have done a DUA. Got it much more. But yeah, not even like, I don't even mean like less legal options, but it's often like even on like just resell, like not key resellers, but just shops. It's quite often on sale on them. And that's
Been a lot of Black Tusk activity around that metro
basically
entrance.
we connect
Clear
the-
all hostile elements from the area.
But as well worth going through it once. And then nowadays as well, if you once you've kind of reached end game, then the global, because yeah, Division 1 doesn't have any targeted loot. Basically, to have a decent chance of getting one of the gear sets together in a decently timed fashion, that's kind of the global events, where each of the global events has some of the gear sets tied to it, and then you can buy specific caches so that, you know, you're at least much more likely to get
Your eyes peeled.
a gear set together. Especially having one classified full 6 pieces is kind of... Once you have that, you have basically an endgame build. Doesn't per se matter if it's Predator's Mark or Striker or Tactician or... Well, Tactician isn't always useful. Or Sentry. All of those are pretty good. Or even Hunter. Although Hunter as well isn't per se everywhere useful.
Killed the damn mini.
Where are you? That's where you're hiding. One thing at least with the priority objectives is it's not the same mission over and over again. I'm happy the best way isn't just to like grind a single mission over and over again. Because at least we're kind of seeing different missions. And at least changes it up. Where's the best if I want to find out time was on the web, so that's not the book to run Div1 should be Linux. Is there a client available for that on Linux? I mean, I think like Div1 usually I think I've seen for like 7 or something, right? Usually what it goes on for sale for. Because you also in Div1 you don't per se need like ultimate or anything like that. Although, yeah, if you're interested in things like survival, you might as well. But Underground and Last Stand aren't per se necessary. I would say as well survival isn't per se necessary. Actually, let me see. What's the site again? Is there any deals or something like that? Yeah, is there any deal? Why is no script blocking it? Guess I haven't been here for a while. Division. Tom Clancy's The Division. It's currently available from the Humble store, although that's the base game, I think. Well, actually, it's also on the Ubisoft store. But actually, on the Humble store, it's 85% for $4.49, at least on PC. But actually, it's also available on the Ubi store. Actually, how much for the normal edition? But that kind of depends on what system you're on, of course. Okay. This edition is just by itself. That okay. So gold edition is $10 currently. At least might be a regional sale, but it is usually yeah, $10 for the gold edition and $5 for the normal edition just on the Ubi store. That's what that's okay. That's just a base game for very long. Oh, actually, if you have the season pass through UB or through Epic, likely your base game, because I have kind of the same with second account. I have Ultimate Edition through Steam, but the base game was always, or the base game that I had was just through UB Connect. And for the DLCs and stuff, it doesn't matter. It doesn't need to actually, like, I don't need to have Steam open or something for it to be able to be launched. It just activates the DLCs basically for that account.
Get down to the mall.
That marks, yeah. Yeah, kind of is the same price now. As that is, it is just very. I mean, it's also pretty old, of course, at this point.
Liquid DC-62.
It's not the newest, latest release.
We see on the streets has lost some potency over time and exposure to weather. But this stuff is fresh. Black Tusk must have found a stockpile of sealed barrels.
And sometimes Division 1 also feels that way sometimes. Because I definitely, there's a bunch of stuff that I'm like, oh yeah, this has been improved in Division 2. But just having a different city to go through and just different, you know, different story beats. Different builds.
Keep an eye out for any Black Tusk intel.
I shield up. Yep. And I don't get staggered out of my reload.
Data received. Huh. There's a map of the tunnel system here. Looks like we were right about their intentions.
Tunnel system? That's way too expensive.
Request priority transport from the plaza. Should have all the barrels ready soon.
Oh yeah, if you have it through there. Because you have just the DLC as true Epic, that'll be... I think that would just... Like, Epic doesn't need to be there after that. Once it's kind of like linked correctly and stuff. And it's kind of transferred the token, basically, for that you own the... The DLC, yeah, it's whatever. Let's see how it's installed on. Where's this more hands?
Stay in your lane. They're trying to flank us.
This is invaded longer. I would think it's around the same amount of time, right? Because also this boss fight kind of takes the same amount. Let's grab this key chest. I'm not looting anything else, but we'll still loot key chest just for chances at exotics. Don't feel like was 9 years ago. Yeah. Although also it feels like a long time ago.
Secure the area, Agent.
Leaving contaminated area.
But yeah, time goes fast.
Unit incoming.
I gotta do this chopper first.
We lost the guy.
That sniper seems determined to deprive you of viable cover.
Well, as long as a sniper just seems determined and doesn't have determined.
True Sons were onto something with those DC-62
Come on.
warheads, but they lacked ambition.
Let me shoot you so we get this wave and then it's over.
No one could stand in our way.
As ruthless as the True Sons were, the Black Tusk are smarter and more ambitious. Your actions here prevented a major war crime. I'm sure of it.
But I don't want to prevent war crimes. I want war crimes. Yay, war crimes. War crimes, let's go. Yeah, let's
Priority objective available,
no Anna. When was that one? 11. Wait, even that one's longer than DOA? This one's DOA. Let's go do DOA again. At least that one's a consistent one. I don't know. I'll play a couple of wars and I'll see them there. Yeah. It's been forever.
This is a chance to wipe out the hyena leadership in one decisive blow. Get in there and hunt them down. Every last one of them.
2016 is so long ago that there was this whole person that was a president. You would think like, who would make this guy a president? And then, oh, and then it happened again. Maybe I should stack first of all.
There's someone checking me.
No Russia?
Medical assistance needed.
That's odd. I feel that Russia is like fairly guaranteed with that wave. I'm sure there's a lot of university. What kind of idea?
Anything that moves. I'll keep up all the perks.
Let's make sure we're actually fully stacked. On the one hand, I'm happy enough for DOA because actually it's like one of the better XP per minute spent, I feel.
Could be trouble. Careful how you go.
But also, kind of like that person who just like sick of it. Do you?
He's dead!
So that guy to just walk in front of me again after he went off. Stop, criminal scum.
Local power offline. Circuit breaker detected.
And you can tell I've been here earlier today as some of the stuff is looted. Let's see this. We will do the speedrun strat here of jumping. I have to wait an hour for new. So yeah. Wait, what do you mean? That you have to wait? Oh, with the thing. Oh yeah. I got shitty priority objectives. That's why I. So there's actually some benefit to having multiple characters set up. So actually here, if I find myself in that position, I'm just gonna go to the next character. But if I get in, I can take risk on some of the activities because I can always just move one along because it's per character and they still cool down. You know, it's not playtime, it's real time. It's one of the few places where actually in the future multiple characters will matter still. Which is basically just the projects and that, because yeah, the watch points won't be a thing anymore. Which actually I'm kind of for, because that's also a thing that just, you know, was, if you knew about it, is beneficial, but it's not just obvious. So that kind of disappears as well.
Not a chance.
Yeah. Dude, what's wrong here? End of shipment. I would say Lincoln is more that, right? At least as a mission, it flows decently. Also, it has several names, making it that it's at least like giving some loot. Some decent loot. Although, we would need the right target. Really, I should make it worth it. Right? Which this isn't, but it's a Eclipse.
Still there, sweetie? Hello? Fuck.
I've already looted the key chest most likely. Should actually swap characters as well if I could just get DOA again. Just so we can do it on a fresh character that hasn't done it. Right, that's construction there, yeah. I'll say then it's we're gonna decision from the replay mission. So if your inventory is full nowadays, you can't open up caches. That's likely the issue you have there. And it's also including caches that don't even give gear. That wouldn't care. But if your inventory is full basically now, you can't open caches. Which is a thing they've already put on the Trello board and hopefully will be reverted come next patch. Yeah, as always, we blow up these gas cans, damaging this thing quite heavily. We can actually Heartbreaker stack on this. And this last wave as well is very facing dependent. That's why I want to kind of be like this so that the other ads kind of spawn behind them.
Diesel, what's going on down there? Diesel, are you dead too, you inbred son of a bitch? Everybody get to the arena, now!
Should really go and have a buy break after this mission. I realize now. That's always maximum, but that's not the reason. There isn't full inventory. The remaining cash slots. Okay. I haven't heard of any other things causing that. Maybe as well if the resource that it belongs to maybe is full. Maybe it doesn't open. I don't know if you've checked for that. Just to check whatever resource is in there and make sure you're not like at cap or over cap.
Listen up. We got devils in our house and they mean to kill us all. Stand and fight. You hear me? Stand and fight.
Oh, that could maybe that'll be their hot fix for that issue. Maybe. You could see that becoming annoying. But then maybe for... Although, no, you have to claim all, right? To go to the next page. I was going to say for now, maybe just don't claim them, but... That is also not an option.
Filters failing.
Or maybe claim them on a watch alt or something. That way, they don't at least go into your main. Come on down. How else am I leaving?
Taking out the hyena leadership leaves the faction
Not leaving
disarray.
dead.
I'll send teams to start securing the supplies and the equipment those bastards were hoarding. And I'll let Odessa know. The theater settlement will be able to rest a little easier now.
How's the time on that?
Agent, priority objective available.
Yeah, 10 and a bit. Yeah, let's actually let me grab one of these. Let me take a quick bio. Gonna stop dancing on the lower half, and then yeah, I'll be right back. There we go. That's not the right one. That's the right one. There's no more annoying feeling than having to pee and also being thirsty. 'Cause if you try to solve one, you kind of worsen the other. Oh well, you just go pee. Yeah, let's keep banging these out. Actually, how many caches in am I? Was it the optimization? I gotta actually see if it's breaking for me as well, maybe. Not even being full on some, at least. Or maybe it was the SHD calibration one because that one's similar, but that one definitely works a little differently. Underlyingly. Yeah. Ready. This is Summit. I wouldn't mind doing Summit. Because also we're getting close to... Well, we're 9 floors out of 15.
We need you to secure a skyscraper. This may take a while. Hope you cleared your schedule.
Yeah, I should remember to actually grab a challenge. Yeah. So maybe we track those. And just to go quick, we'll do it without directives. Actually, seeing as we're not getting any season XP for, could even do it on normal. Does world difficulty affect the rolls and caches? No. A long time ago it did, but that got fixed. Oh, not per se just the rolls, but also how much XP you got from projects and stuff. But that's basically field proficiency caches roll a little bit under heroic.
New contact. Shit.
Exotic caches basically, yeah, are a little bit above heroic. Although, well, basically all exotics from almost all sources. And then clan caches are legendary. They basically have their own set. Like per cache.
Shade tech detected.
Yeah, this one's always one of the longer objectives.
Serious trauma detected.
Multiple enemies with frenzy. One thing I can do as well is just EMP this thing.
Hostile incinerator turret detected.
Got my circle.
Should have played smarter. Jesus Christ, get it on! 60 ready!
It's my circle. This one always is like a ton of waves. Making it take a bit. Even on the low floors. key check. Because I might as well get that box at the end. Actually, I should do it the same way. What am I full up on? Oh, steel. Maybe I... Yeah, I should go and... Yeah, stop reading all this. Although, okay, yeah.
Terminal in hostile control.
Good thing I turned around. I was gonna say I need to check like that back corner as well for the key. That one I do want. Alright, I'll grab this. But yeah, steel I definitely can use for upgrading a few weapons. Just burn that down that way.
Got you now.
System malfunctioning.
Take that.
It's a lot of those hands.
System restored.
That's a cloning foam.
Destroyed. System curtailed.
Because the rooms like this are much faster. And it's just floating junk and floating. Yeah. It's funny that they fixed a bunch of like out of bounds and stuff, but then they broke that kind of stuff. Oh, automatically going for loot again. There's also each time I'm full up on... Actually, I should do that, yeah. Each time I'm full up on those, plan is just to grade up a bunch of gear and weapons with a lot of my watch points. That's gonna be what I'm gonna spend most of my watch points on. But then basically every time I'm full up on those resources, just to not have to buy those resources. I'll take that M60. I think I already have
Deploying turret.
correct M60. Maybe that one looks better. Oh, is this? Yeah. This thing heals exceptional amounts. You have a solution. Oh. Yeah, you know, now that I've grabbed it. At least with this room, it like swaps a bit in places. Because then we can at least, with purples and stuff, we can, or like, then at least like it moves to different spots so you can, eventually it'll move underneath them. I already have the key. And one more floor.
Accessing server. Field terminals detected nearby.
This one at least is also not that long, because when we get both of the laptop, then it's less, maybe.
Terminal accessed.
Hard to see their frenzy if they're when they're pulsed like that when they're red. So I'm actually noticing what time it is. Because I definitely tonight I can't make it too late. You know, we started a little late, so.
Hostiles incoming.
We'll likely still go on like another 20 minutes and then I have to call it. And then yeah, tomorrow and Sunday, Saturday and Sunday, I won't be streaming at all because yeah, I'll be what I need to work both days. So. But maybe, just maybe, might be able to do a few hours on Sunday, but that also depends on like how dead I am after Saturday. Which honestly, it's like even now talking about it, I'm like that's not gonna happen, is it? Because I kind of need to just rest a little bit that afternoon. I'll likely play Division, but I just won't. You know. Most likely as well, it'll be like 2 hours or something, which is usually for me too short for a stream. Let's grab Great Crazy. Let's already set finishing precision on that one. Or when we get back here. Get ourselves a catharsis. I was about to say, I have the key. Give me the loot. Ah, this was chance. This would have been actually perfectly usable. But it isn't, so it isn't. Let's see actually if we have activity here, because we might get the same one. This is Canton, right? This is either Manning or Tidal. 548. Epidemic event. We haven't done that today yet, so let's go do that. I'll likely be able to do like 1 or 2 more things.
Safe area detected.
But I think actually, yeah, Stronghold, depending on the mission, like this mission is by itself also like 12 or so. 13 or so. Although that's still better than like taking Tidal, which is like 25 plus, and then you get like more rewards here, because actually how much is Tidal? Yeah. So this is 500, so you would have 1500. So, but yeah, you can do 2 Potomacs, which is more in that same time.
What the hell? Stay here.
Kill this
I'll go
guy with a
check it out.
suppressor so we don't aggro the
I'm
rest.
in. Main entrance is clear.
This way. Those guys are not alerted yet.
Agent, you need to cut off the
Letting me
primary escape route. Take out the boats that got dogs.
and get a
southwest of
little
your
closer
position.
before we
I'll
actually
keep an eye on the
engage.
main entrance and make sure he doesn't double back.
Give me a hack. I had the bonus armor for it, so I just we'll just take it on the chin. Sometimes you just want a good hug, right?
Attention! We're under attack! Fall back! Get to the boats! Defend them at all costs!
Well, at least now we know the strategist is home.
At least we do. Also, always my thing with that one is just like, wait, we didn't know for certain he was here? You sent me on a deadly mission that I might have died on without being sure? Because I feel from assaulting this place, I kind of want to know for sure that the strategist is here.
I'm seeing a lot of hostiles by the docks. They're securing the boats.
They must be waiting for the order to launch. If the strategist gets on one of those boats, we'll lose our chance of raiding.
Waiting for the order for
You're
lunch.
almost there.
Let me just always moving forward. Let's not burn me. Let's give them free money. Give them free loot. That sounds much better.
You're almost at the dock, Agent. Hope you're not too late.
Too late for what? Didn't even know if the strategist was going to be here. What am I late for? Yes, we're finishing the tier. Certainly we would have it again today, but didn't. I'm just saying. Usually when it's like you basically got them double, right? Or maybe they've done a server fix for it.
Seeing a lot of movement toward the boats, but
It seems, yeah, it's, for some people it's bugging out in that way, and from what I had heard so far is once it bugs out that way, you keep getting that way. Where it is basically, every time you finish it, you, on the starting level, you basically get a full page for free. Which will, of course, make it a lot faster to get through all of it. Hoping to get that bug maybe on second again. That would be nice maybe for speeding it up. Not likely by the time we get to second account and start grinding there. It'll be fixed already. I was not fine with that. I would rather...
Kelso? Shit. Agent Kelso's not responding.
Not have any
Damn it, Kelso.
benefits.
Okay, slight change of plans. With the boats out of commission, the target should still be inside.
No, but also like
Slip past us.
the, you know, if you mean with anything good like the raid ones and stuff, I'm not per se even like caring about those in there. I have them all on this account. On second account, I would care about getting one of them or something, but I would actually likely deconstruct it and just on second account, I kind of want to do the raids at some point again. I want to use that account as my kind of incentive to get back into raiding at some point. Kind of like we did with Conflict.
Perfect. So predictable. Kill them and feed the burn pit.
I'm gonna keep my shield. Where? Oh. Oh, there. That's where they went. I'm gonna grab the key chest here now. Oh, I didn't do anything about my steel being full.
Without Kelso, capturing the strategist won't be easy. It's up to you to finish the job.
Energizer Bunny go to chill. He was charged. Okay, yeah, Bungie coming in with the puns. That was at least. Let's give that a 7 out of 10. That was not bad. Kind of like the, maybe even an 8. The charged, charged with battery. Double punning. Yeah, I wish actually that the directives apply to this, because I would love to have directives here on. It's like directives kind of at least add a little bit more. You have to pay attention to it, kind of thing. So yeah, we're skipping that crate.
I'm not dead. Don't everyone share at once.
Wait.
But here, just the goal is to go and get season XP. So. Directives don't apply, so we just keep them off. But I love if they did, because then, I mean, it wouldn't work if it was like doubling the thing, because that would just be too good. Then you would have to have directives on, basically. Always. Well, it was maybe like each directive is like 5% or something. Then you're not like pushed to just go all in on them, but also you can have a little bit more. Let's go do a boss fight. Murdering are your friends? That's where you wanted me? It's a weird spot to want me. Damn it. That one pouch, blowing up that one pouch over there really cost me some time. Sorry.
I just wish your suffering could last as long as ours did.
Get your nose. I'm not sure if this seems like the first one is a decent gun. Am I wrong? Wait, are we typing div2 or 1? I'm guessing div2, right? Overall, my pick for just if you're actually using the pistol, it's mostly the Card 45. Like, if you're actually using the pistol and you want to have that detox there, just the normal Card 45, so not the TDI card, but no rushers, really? So there's always a rusher with that, right? Even on solo heroic. Hey, that's a Kelso.
All right, calm down.
Can't
Stop
wait to
embarrassing yourself.
watch you stab the doctor.
We got him. That was some nice work, Agent. You should be proud of yourself. Together was the only way we could have done that.
Are we together or am I just you wearing your clothes? Am I going for this screen? Force of habit. So since I'm in Bissell to get OD. Yeah, that's just go with a. I generally all my pistols are either TDI cart customs or cart 45s. Overall, they work the best. They do the most. It's actually, how does the PF actually even look?
Priority objective available, Agent.
So we can take it here. Because yeah, well, the thing is as well mods. So that's the main thing here. So while that, like the PF45 is higher, this 10 crit chance, that's basically how much you can get from mods for it. The 20 on the M45 and stuff is, yeah, is a little bit more. Especially the card 45. And then while the card 45 is below the M45 and such in burst, it's so far ahead in sustain that it's kind of like worth it because it's up there and this one's all the way down here. Because I can kind of look at the list on build. That's a much better comparison point. Because we have this one, which is actually with like that bulwark tech tank. And here, if we kind of look at the Sadist list, it's basically, yeah, on the burst end, the M45, but then the cart 45 is just behind it, and so much more sustain and a much more, much more better reload. And then if you're kind of, yeah, if you're using it actually to kill, you want to. Because the TDI card custom is, you know, the +1 skill tier can be very useful in some ways, but if you're actually using it to kill, you want to have just a normal card 45 and have detox third stat. Let's take a reroll here. This is countdown, right? Maybe we just take this, just not to take a reroll there. Battery park, and the battery park. Incredible, truly incredible. But there's still much more to do. Indeed.
Safe area entered.
Look over this elite. No, right. This is the thing with these. This is like 100, but also this is like a minute. It's kind of still fine. The thing is though that, yeah, it kind of depends on which zones you're getting. Because here, yeah, I'm going to actually be traveling for like a minute and a half to get there. Because if it's like DC zones, you might be like here. There's nothing I can fast travel to. That's like right next door. And then G5 with MGs. You recommend the Mark 46/M249, and then the Mark 46 out of that set is the preferred one. Although the M249 has a M249B, is it? I don't remember exactly. The bigger one, not the para one. That one has the best skin. But the M249s are pretty good as well. L86s, RPKs and stuff are kind of, yeah, they're not great anymore. Negev is also okay. The Negev is the big thing that keeps the Negev down is its handling.
Access key detected. The Detecting
So
additional
usually,
hostile contacts.
if you wanna like kind of get the same hit rate out of a Negev, you kind of need to put an crit chance or like flip a crit chance or something to accuracy. Made that messy towards the end. Key? What? Oh, I already have the key. Oh no, I don't. Easy. You are over here.
Thanks for the rescue.
I'm not gonna take that. Actually, you know what? Let's grab the next one, but let's go grab that key chest in the corner there.
Priority objective available.
Oh, this is Summit again. Yeah, let's go for that. That also actually puts this character pretty close to finishing their Summit project. That'll work out. Also, wait, where, oh, the key chest over there. Thought it was over here. Under titanium there. And I'm keeping the New York screen on most of my characters just for the supply drop missions and the other ones. Let's fix up our steel being full, because it's annoying me. Also, we're full up on
Safe area detected.
protect the fabric, so we should actually upgrade. Actually, yeah, why not? Why not this? This could stand to get some grading. Still annoying that it doesn't work just like tinkering. I feel grading should just be the same as tinkering, but you just press a different button and you grade it. Am I blind? Where's Heartbreaker? Oh yeah, forgot how annoying this part is. Let's go to my tools folder, Division 2, expertise upgrade. Let's just let this run like this. We just macro it. Yeah. Actually, yeah, that's kind of all the LMGs. GR9 and stuff, and like Stoner, they just don't work out nowadays as well. The Bullet King, if you're kind of going the GR9 with steady-handed, thing is you do get a little bit better accuracy and stability out of it, which especially for like, for instance, controller can be okay. But the Bullet King just is basically ahead enough that you just go with that nowadays. Let's take it up to those. This as well. This just needs to be a slider. No idea why this isn't a slider. To just select, go like, I want grade 12, and then you click once, and then maybe even then, like if this needs to be a server call each time, you maybe do it like with the like spending the main watch points where it goes like step by step by step. Like just afterwards this goes automatically. Like that would be fine. But this is just this could be like improved so much by just having the UI to kind of align with it. It's mostly just to eat up protective fabrics and some of the other resources. But like everybody else, I'm trying to empty out my watch points. Because I had like 1,500 on each character, so... Enough of those. Unaware of it, we're taking him to 12 because up to 12, like at 12, going above 12, I need to spend exotic components, which I wouldn't want to do that on gear per se. Well, actually taking these to 12 is not the worst idea. Especially next season, actually, there's that one mod that actually, you know, for every 200k armor, you get some bonuses. Having a set, like if you're full red, you would be below that, but if you're full red and you have like grade 10 or something, 12 definitely, you're above that, which actually works out. Yeah, that's fancy set there as well. And that's definitely my go-to as well for the Mark 416 is the biggest downside for me with it is especially just this. Well, the M249 / Mark 416. But it's also not too horrendous. Like on Striker, you're already cutting it down quite a bit. Accidentally close the macro. Let's actually clean up our inventory over here. And then we also need to do it to a weapon, which was actually the thing I needed to do.
I appreciate the trade.
Although emptying out that as well, we can get better fabric soon. Let's see. Let's go with. She's speaking of like Mark 46s. Do I want a 12 already? I want a 10. That's fine. Which one's better? No big difference. Let's take this one to 10. Let's take those 1 to 12. Not that one. Also, didn't I have a... I think I already deconstructed that. Accidentally, yeah. Then we have a M60, I was about to say. We kind of... Oh, yeah. Because it should just be through tinkering that we do this. Instead of going in here and finding the thing. And then... yeah, let me get you back up here. You love it. Okay. Okay. Yeah. And then this is kind of done that watch also. But also that's kind of like I kind of like that. Gives some value to resources actually. And everybody's gonna be joining me in that. So like one dash, that's just one universal weapon alloy, one gear alloy, basically just kind of streamline it. Yeah. Although the thing is the oh shit, I went to 13 accidentally. Or did I? No, I went to 12. Is that 12? I should actually do it to 10 actually with some of these weapons. So no, we went to 30. You know what, then let's maybe take that weapon to 20. The thing is, they're spreading that around content, right? So that's why the alloys and weaves are just different. Although making it universal, okay. Yeah, actually, at this point, they could do that just for simplification. But yeah, we'd still want to have SHG calibrations and field recon just so you can have that be on other things. But yeah, making those universal, oh yeah, not a bad idea. The thing is though that now it does incentivize sometimes, like if you have a lot of, you know, you'll run out of, let's say, AR resources, but you have some SMG ones, you might go like, hey, maybe I upgrade an SMG, but also like that's like minor. Yeah, let's take this to 20 then, or 15. 15 is fine actually. I need it to be on like a 5 or a 10 just so when we do, if we need to alter the DPS tables again. Although I always have like stuff. Although I should. Oh no, this is a con. Anything else? Maybe we take this one to 10 and this one to 10 and this one to 10. We take all three to 10. Just to, yeah, it's kind of waste of resource, but let's make sure I actually end that 10. Yeah. Also raise the caps. I mean, yeah, that would have to kind of go hand in hand. Also, at this point, I don't think they're gonna like do it like that. They'll likely just make it easier to get some of the resources, or again, just running a lot of those events with. Running a lot of those events where they use up or expertise, like triple XP kind of thing that we had once. They should do those more often. Like, I don't even know why they didn't do one this season. That were already kind of offset. A little bit. One of the things I feel they should have done from the start, though, actually, with optimization and, or well, especially expertise, it should have been a different resource than what we, or it shouldn't have been able to be made or like its own thing, because then it wouldn't have already been tainted by the effects of the watch outs, basically. Wait, which one have I ended up? Actually, yeah, maybe I take one of each AR to 10. That's a good waste. Then as well, all of them are at the same level. In the macro there. Yeah, we ate a bunch of. Yeah, let's do maybe one last thing and then we'll end that here. It's gonna dump these characters out. There's also once I'm done with a character, I can know that they're basically empty, and then. Well, actually, I shouldn't do it like that. That did eat a lot of steel. I should leave enough of a gap because I keep being full as well. Yeah, what was our thing? Summit. Yeah, let's go do. Although we need 3 floors, but we are on the boss floor, so we'll just do the boss floor and then
We need
3
you to
floors
secure
after.
a skyscraper. This may take a while. Hope you cleared your schedule.
I did, in fact, not clear my schedule. I'm just gonna do 3 floors and get it. Well, 4. Let's grab do the boss fight without being downed one. No, this challenges over here. Oh wait, one of those didn't count. One of those crates didn't count. Boss floor without being down. Yeah. And punishing precision. Mm-mm-mm. Guns and weapons. Yeah, besides shotguns and ARs, yeah. Might as well just use up all those resources and fill the mag cap. Already turned a lot of it in tactical assessment, so I'm kind of good on those. Because that's another obvious kind of resource that we use a ton of and can actually just be made out of watch points fully. That's the weaves and alloys, I feel like. That's
High-risk target approaching.
that we get plenty of. There's a black guy too. Come in like that, just so you get murdered by the shots aimed for somebody else. You know? And here they just spawn over here, except if there was a second boss, but that's not till 70. I've got a vowel for the floor completion. Oh, actually, yeah, we didn't do this guy. It's fine. Where's the scout pop up? No. Just... Oh, actually, that's Directive Dabbler, which was Steady Stepper now. Yeah, let's go do our 3 floors. I'll say the lamp of the summit, just floating. Floating lamp of summit. What is your wisdom? Don't run into you? Okay. Watch us get rogues now. It's been a while. Oh, the chances are pretty low on 10 or 11. But yeah, we could actually murder ourselves over and over again and get some rogues there if we really want it.
Want to see what I can do?
I foamed it quick for red. Luckily, his grenade actually landed behind me and hits me and not my shield. And I had so much bonus armor that I didn't even feel it. That's in the corridor.
Our flank is exposed. You like that?
Oh, why am I going for these actually? Just try to get through the floors. Force of habit. LMG fight, yeah. Raker LMGs versus Outcast LMGs versus Agent. Turns out Agent wins. It's a backpack thing there. You got a little bit of revenge on me before you died. Again, something in the corner. A quick key check. Full random exotic. I'll take one of those. Oh no, it's actually targeted. Reload speed darling.
Someone's moving up on me.
Here quite often as well. After we fight this one, sometimes it spawns enemies in the corridor behind us instead of in the corridor in front of us. Which especially with some fog of war and stuff can can sometimes catch people out. Did that side?
Shade tech detected.
It's just take long. And it just EMP grenade disables it for quite a while. Captured. Oh yeah, actually my thing is destroy weak points as well. So, one of my challenges.
Hostile incinerator turret detected.
So let's destroy some weak points. Got how little it oftentimes spawns solo. That's also the thing with Summit. It's actually decent for loot if you're here with a 4-man. Like, it's in the same as like with missions and stuff. Actually, if you solo missions, there isn't that much loot.
Priority objective available.
It's just especially that there's bosses and stuff there, so you'll get some loot from that. Let's actually see if we have another activity. So maybe if we have another summit one here, we could also hit our 15 floors of summit. 700 is capital, right? What is this that it's short? Just one landmark likely? Let's grab this. Yeah, let's at least get to floor 13 just so we do a 3-floor segment here. Or we just go to those 2 publics and then also I've used up all my rerolls on this character. That'll reset tomorrow. That is actually a good change that they made it that you get like a full pack of rerolls each day. In my case, I can always just swap characters, but that's in my case. That's not in everybody's case. I like running the Heartbreaker deck, thanks. Also, by being on this character, you know, we're almost done with like a summit project, which will also give a level. I just well, grind-wise, likely by reanimated. As reanimated will make things faster. Because even if you're not headhunting and stuff, just the increased damage to heads is already like a lot faster. And the poison clouds killing everybody.
Nearby hostage situation detected.
Although, including like that guy. Weak points on these. Punishing precision. Did we get the key? Huh. Don't think I got the key. Or did I? Could even be in this last corridor. Oh. Could be. Let's try to actually get Crate Crazy then. So one of the things with Crate Crazy is, especially, so you should be standing, you shouldn't be running and then grabbing the crate. That's oftentimes bugs it at. Which is something that I know and then still oftentimes don't do it. So the right thing to do is just to go here, stand still, then hit it. Then you'll always get a step on Crate Crazy. Oh, we got another island. Game's at least being nice with the amount of exotics it's throwing at us. Now let's go to this 2 publics and then we'll... Because yeah, I can't make it. I shouldn't make it much later.
Entering safe area.
So that summit is almost done. Two publics, you say. That's one. Maybe I just go for the public as well. Want them there especially to, you know, get downtown west ones. Although I should check if there's one here maybe. It's during the day, so a lot will spawn anyway. Actually, I'm just gonna go down this street and just not go through that territory. See, heavy jogging over there. And we're on 146 season levels.
Keep a lookout for Jeff. He's gone
So,
on the radar and the keepers are worried about him.
I got close enough to that side mission. This is the character that doesn't have any of the side missions there. So when we get close to Beekeeper Jeff.
Educate this, damn delete.
That's everybody's frenzied, right? This might not end well for me.
Next time, you're dead.
As a frenzied enemies do hurt, actually. Hey, this one over here.
Hostiles detected.
Kia's fine. No need to call me Jesus.
Thank God. I can't believe this shit's happening here.
Let's grab the memento stacks. Also grab this. Actually, how full is this character on resources? Just food.
Friendly control point nearby.
Yay. One over there. Zoom, zoom. What? We got pulse there. Actually, I never paid attention to that, but yeah, apparently on weapon swap, actually. It activates at the start of weapon swap, not at the end. I was ADS'd with the launcher, and then I swapped weapon, and then I stopped ADS. But apparently in that, it pulses at the start of weapon swap, which I should just never paid attention to that normal. Why would you care? But in that one singular case there, it mattered. Because I accidentally set them on fire when I didn't mean to, per se. And let's get on the cop car. Burn me? God damn it. One of the things that definitely is the case is the Lexington's blind fire, which you sometimes have to use because you're on fire. So much better than a lot of the other weapons. Although the M4s would be just as fine as well, but so much better than, for instance, the Kingbreaker that normally would be on this.
Hostile control point.
Yay, we got 13k E credits. Let's actually maybe do a bunch of these open worlds. Let's see if we can do them quick. 2 hostage rescues. That's not going to be quick. Oh, actually, we're going to end as well. Maybe I just leave that and then skip that tomorrow. Yeah, let's just leave that. Oh, I'll just skip that tomorrow. Wouldn't be too hard to get 2 hostage rescues, but we'd have to go to New York and hope they spawn, because they also generally don't. They're not that common.
Good to see you.
We'll make that our skip when we load in at some point. Let's go with this Lexington Mac, or I forget. Looking forward to next season having 30 on that. And that will kind of end off, yeah. And they did too. Oh yeah, catching basically the end of it.
Hello there.
We're just gonna clean this up. I'm gonna grab what I have from the season level thing. Claim all. Another 2 caches. So how much was I up to? I was on to 4 out of 5 patches and 3 out of 5 apparel. So give me the last batch, maybe, and also give me the apparel. And that's 4 out of 5 apparel. Yay. Nah. I mean, yay for the apparel, or for yay for an extra exotic component, but I would have liked an apparel piece with that. I should maybe hang on to that one, because I'm actually not sure if I have a crit chance version of that one. But yeah, the rest can go. So we're 4 out of 4 on both, so we just need basically one part of the kickflip. We need one more patch, and then we need still the Scorpio skin. All of those are 50% per crate. So. Although, yeah, we should have, on average, it would have been on getting 44. Season level 44, getting 22 caches, 11 pieces with, like, you know, 50% chance. I already have one. This one can go then. Because I'm kind of redoing the thing there. You know what? Let's actually just, for my own sanity, let's go to character 1 real quick. We'll put the pants on them. And then I'm just missing the hat, I believe. In the background already, while this is loading, let me go and see if we have somebody for us to raid on the Twitch end.
Safe area entered.
Yeah, let's go with Noble, who's I believe been leveling some Division 2. He's I know him more from Division 1, where he was playing quite a bit. What was it again? Kickflip. So, oh yeah. So, oh, I hadn't actually paid attention that there is like a lot of pink in here actually. So we're just missing the hat still from that, and then actually so just to make sure, I have 4 patches, right? All of the patches kind of look like this, where they're kind of like squishy like that, and kind of like just turned a little bit, and they have Brooklyn at the bottom. So 1, 2, 3, 4. They're all going to be in like this apparel or rarity, right? Yeah. And did I miss any? No. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so we're 4 and 4. So we're getting there. Okay, so 3 times. Although the thing is, I was looking actually for an Exodus for every character, because Exodus hasn't been dropping at all. So yeah, I have actually 4 here now. So we'll optimize these up and get them distributed to each one. Because actually, I like having Exodus for like feel kind of generally as well. I have like Bloody Knuckles on every character. I feel having Exodus is kind of to the same degree. Yeah, on that we'll end here. We're gonna send everybody off to join Noble, who's still leveling, looks like. Oh yeah, some blue gear dropping, so that's definitely still in leveling. We don't even see blue gear anymore at end game nowadays. And yeah, I'll be back not tomorrow. I was about to say I'll be back tomorrow, but actually I won't be. I'll be back on Monday. Maybe Sunday, but likely Monday. Definitely both evenings. I'm working Saturday and Sunday, so I won't be around for those. But maybe I'll be able to sneak in a few hours on Sunday afternoon. But also, we'll see if I actually have time to stream that. But definitely I'll be back on Monday. Monday as well. The global event starts in Division 1, so likely we'll jump Monday into Division 1 for a little bit, but I think I'll just come back and grind a little bit Division 2 and then Division 1. Because I kind of want to get this done on main account, and then during the reanimated week, likely doing it on second account as well. But yeah, enough yapping for me. I hope you guys and gals enjoyed, and I hope to catch some, if not all of you, in the future. And let's just go start that raid. I'll check one last time here if I missed anything else. Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, we'll send everybody off. Enjoy yourself some Noble Alias if you're on the Twitch end, and yeah, I'll be definitely back on Monday. And as always, have a good night.